Good morning, welcome to Horton Park in Blenheim at the top of the South Island of New Zealand. It's 10:52 local time. My name's Jim Morrison and today we have round 2 of the New Zealand Over-40s Interprovincial Tournament. This match between Wellington, Tasman and Districts will be starting at 11 o'clock, that's in about 8 minutes. So thank you for tuning in wherever you may be, and stick around and we will be right back in about 5 or 6 minutes. Right, hello everyone. Welcome to Horden Park in Blenheim. As you can see, the first ball has already been bowled. That's a couple of minutes early. That's Grant Comerford bowling to Andrew McCarr. Well, it's a nice drive from Andrew McCarr. Could be the first boundary. Fast outfield. Nice shot from McCarr. He's off the mark. And good start for Wellington, Tasman. Andrew McCarr didn't get a bat yesterday as Wellington Tasman lost only 2 wickets in their pursuit of 284. So if you guys haven't had a bat, it's a beautiful day in Blenheim. Not warm, but clear skies, which is a nice relief after all the cloud and rain that we had around yesterday. Good conditions for cricket. Both of these teams victorious yesterday. Here's Comerford again to McCarr on the back foot, defending. So we've got 4 games in the tournament today, the O40s IPT. Welcome to you wherever you are around the world. My name's Jim Morrison. I'll be with you all day if my voice holds up. So, yesterday, of course, we saw plenty of runs here, 284 for Auckland, which was chased down by Wellington Tasman for just 2 wickets. Big shout for LB, not out. Centuries to Deepak June, scored 128 not out, and Hamish Marshall scored 102 not out. Did the best part of 200 for the 3rd wicket, unbeaten. So, good conditions for batting yesterday. Should be similar today. We had nice weather. There'll be runs here. Good fast outfield, but it's not going to reach the boundary for that little push. It'll just be 2. 2 to McCarr. Driving McCarr again, but no run this time. And that's the end of the first over, 8 off it. Opening the bowling from the far end will be Chris Edmonds. I think he's a left-arm spinner, so that's an interesting tactic. Bowl's quite flat, I believe. Didn't get to see much of him yesterday because he was on the other ground. But he'll be bowling to Craig No, in fact, that's still Makar. Okay, so that brings Craig Foster on strike. Scored a duck yesterday. So he'll be looking for his first runs of the tournament. Nice drive from Foster. He will get off the mark this time. I'll be covering the matches in Division 2 as well today, and the other match in Division 1, which is Auckland versus Canterbury Otago. I'll give you scores throughout the day where I can. Districts had a thrilling victory in the rain last night over Canterbury Otago, chasing down 256 in very difficult batting conditions. Oh, as we see Comerford beating Foster outside the off stump. Both of these Wellington units, big men. Foster from the Hutt Valley, I believe. And Andrew Makar, a local boy, the only Marlborough player in this tournament. Still represents Marlborough at Hawke Cup level. He's the non-striker wearing the maroon helmet, and Foster in the black helmet is on strike at the moment. One's full and driven up to mid-off for no run. We've seen a wicket in the Division 2 match between Wellington, Tasman and Districts. Marcus Barrett was caught off the bowling of Mark Jurisic for 0. And 6 for 1 is the score in that game. No loss for Auckland against Canterbury Otago. Good bit of fielding there at mid-wicket and fired in angrily by the fieldsman. So a good aggressive start from Districts, and that was a maiden over. That one's driven strongly down the ground. There is protection there though, long on. And just a single to end the over, the third single of that over. And Wellington Tasman, 13 without loss. I can tell you that in the other Division 1 game, Canterbury Otago were batting. You can see Hardeep Singh has just skied a ball. He's in danger of a catch. No, it's fallen safely. It was a hook shot that went behind the keeper, and the keeper went charging back to get it, but couldn't make it. Anyway, back to our featured game, which is the one on your screen. Grant Comerford will continue from the city end. Good strong shot from Andrew McCarr, hooking that one down into the boundary for 4. So his first boundary. That one's fuller this time, and again driving McCarr up to mid-off. No run. He'll be looking to get in McCarr. Well, it's a stronger drive, I thought, but he didn't time it at all, and it has just squirted up to mid-off, who fires it in, and the keeper gets a bad bounce, and there's a possibility of an overthrow, but the fine leg fieldsman backed it up. So the end result is just a single to McCarr, who moves on to 14. And a dot to end the over the 5th, 18 without loss. In Division 2, Auckland have made a bright and breezy start, especially Greg Gatley. He's moved to 20 off just 10 balls with 3 4s and a 6. And Auckland 26 without loss after 3 overs. Still just that 1 wicket down for Wellington Tasman in Division 2. Quick single for Foster. And there'll be another single, so this is good running from these two, keeping the score ticking over. Attempted sweep this time from a car. No run, but it will be a wide. So there will be a run. Grant Comerford to continue from the city end, bowling to Craig Foster, who cuts. He's found the gap, and this one I think will beat the fielder's diving, sprawling attempt and into the boundary for 4. That's Foster's first boundary in over 40s cricket. Again, driven down the grounds for 0 runs. So plenty of full deliveries from Grant Comerford, apart from that one where he dropped short and he was cut. Here he is again, bowling to Foster, who lets that one go outside the off stump. As I mentioned earlier, lovely conditions for cricket. There's no or very little cloud directly above us here at Horton Park. There's some covering the hills in the distance, but not bothered by those. And looking over my right shoulder to where the weather came from yesterday, it's pretty clear there as well. I think the forecast is for a little bit of rain around 1 or 2 p.m. today, but for now, no danger. There's a light wind, moderate wind, I guess you'd say, I think coming from right to left of your screen. Driven again, down to mid-off, no run. To end that over, just the boundary off it. 27 without loss of 7. Single for McCarr. Bit of excitement there as the ball beats the attempted cut shot of Foster. A few oohs and ahs which may have been for the beating of the bat and the slight possibility of a stumping. Another tied over from Chris Edmonds. He's bowled 4 for 11. So that's a pretty good start from him. Bowling his left arm darts, it looks like. I don't think he's getting much turn. Quick single taken there. To McCarr. They've run well, these two, between the wickets. Foster slashes at that one and it's gone past, I was going to say through, but probably past the slips cordon, which is only one person strong, and down to the third man boundary for 4. So streaky, but ultimately effective. Wouldn't say he's looked super convincing today so far, Craig Foster, but he's still there, 12 not out from 24. Plays and misses in the drive this time. I don't think he's played a lot of cricket recently, Craig Foster. Very successful club cricketer in the Hutt Valley competition in Wellington over the years, but hasn't played a lot of regular club cricket, I believe. Wellington Tasman making one change to their squads overnight, which is within the rules of the competition, bringing up Sean Windle from their Division 2 side to strengthen their seam bowling, which did look a little bit light yesterday in the win over Auckland. Oh, again a play and a miss, again looking unconvincing Foster, or perhaps it's just very good bowling from Grant Comerford, who I believe hails from the Taranaki region. Beaten once again to end the over. One more for McCarr. Again, just pushing and running into the offside. Here's Edmonds again, and another single to the left of the mid-off fieldsman who comes around. That was Foster scoring that one. And again, good running. 3 quick singles off the 3 balls so far in this over. Down the ground this time from Craig Foster. Hits it straight enough to go into the boundary just to the right of the sight screen down there at long off. So good solid straight blow from number 48, Craig Foster. Seven runs off that over. That's the most expensive off the bowling of Chris Edmonds. He's bowled 5 overs for 18 runs. And Wellington Tasman have made a solid start to this innings, 40 without loss after 10 overs. In Division 2, Wellington Tasman are also batting against Districts. They're 38 for 2. Chris Priest is still in there, he's on 19. Mark Jurisic has both the wickets there, he's got 2 for 23. Auckland continuing their aggressive start against Canterbury Otago in Division 2. Greg Gatley, 34 from 18 deliveries, and the score is 51 after 6 overs there, that's 8.2 and over. Got a change of bowling here. So this is Chris Edmonds. Chris Edmonds. I'll tell you what's going on in a moment. Okay, so we've made a mistake, which I apologise for. The slow left armour from the far end who bowled 5 overs wasn't Chris Edmonds, it was Nick Smith. This is Chris Edmonds, who's now bowling medium pace from the city end. So apologies to the Smith family and the Edmonds family. But I think we've got it sorted out now. Ooh, good bowling from the real Chris Edmonds, beating the bat of Andrew McCarr. Okay, so just to clarify that, Nick Smith has bowled 5 overs for 18 runs. I did think it was Nick, but I was told it was Chris, so I went along with that. And this is now Chris Edmonds, who's bowled 4 dot balls. And he's bowling to Andrew McCarr in the red helmet uppish and partly stopped by the fielder at mid-off there. Parries it across to his colleague at mid-on. I think that was the captain, Peter Connell, doing the fielding. Partial fielding. Driven nicely by Foster this time. He's found the gap and it's going to go into the boundary for 4. Nice cover drive, getting his foot out to the pitch of the ball and hitting through it, and this outfield, like it was yesterday, very quick. So both of these two batsmen going at exactly the same rate. 21 off 33 for each of them. The only difference being that Craig Foster has hit 4 boundaries and Andrew McCarr 2. Okay, so Nick Smith continuing here. Runs here from McCarr out to the cover sweeper, just the one. It's strongly down the ground again by Craig Foster into the boundary for 4 at long off. The long on fieldsman couldn't get across in time to stop that one. So Foster looking good on the drive today, powerful down the ground, and that's his 5th boundary, taking him up to 25, and that's the 50 up for Wellington, Tasman. So again, runs flowing pretty freely on this Horton Park number 1 wicket. Yesterday Auckland scored 280, which Wellington Tasman chased down with 10 overs to spare. The Auckland captain, James Marshall, said he thought his team was about 120 runs short of a winning target, a winning total. Partly in jest, but this is a high-scoring pitch. So we've only seen 8 wickets fall on this pitch so far in the 1 game plus 12 overs in this game. That was a good ball from Chris Edmonds, beating McCarr. Eden again, going for a bit of a slash this time, McCarr. Oh, great shot this time. Down the ground from McCarr, whipping it off his toes, straight down, over long on for 4 runs. Shot of the day so far. Big powerful man McCarr, as you could see in that shot that he hit. Alright, so plenty happening in this delivery. Full toss, which he missed, hit on the pad, shout for LBW. He came out of his crease. The man at gully had a shy at the stumps, hit the stumps in fact, and ricocheted up to long on. So they managed to get a single out of all that. Or in fact, it's probably going to be a leg by, I guess. Short this time, and just tucked away rather than pulled into the leg side by Foster. Beaten again outside the off stump is Craig Foster. So Chris Edmonds has beaten the bat quite a few times in his 2 overs so far. Really only that one powerful shot down the ground from McCarr that has had any sign of dominance for the batsman. New bowler, Jerem Wiley. It's Jerem without a Y. The Y is in his last name, Wiley, Jerem Wiley. I think he's from Hamilton. wide, that one. Bowls with pretty good pace. Shoulder bowler off just 5 or 6 yard run up. They will take a single out to cover point. That's another wide delivery. So, as a reminder, in the first 15 overs of these over-40s matches, which are 45 over innings, the fielding team may have 3 fielders outside the 30-metre circle for that first block of 15 overs. Runs here, it's going to go down to the boundary for 4 off the thick outside edge. So a bit of bad luck for Wiley and some good luck for Andrew McCarr, who picks up his 4th boundary out of the 31 that he has scored. So the 3 fielders that districts have outside the circle are a long off, a wide long on, and a mid-wicket sort of cow corner. Everyone else inside the circle. After 15 overs, they'll be allowed to put 1 further fielder back. Same result again for Andrew McCarr, driving and slashing this time, and over third man for 4 more. It's a full toss, which McCarr kind of overhits a little bit and can only mistime it back to the bowler for a dot to end that over, which probably didn't deserve to concede 12 runs, but it has. .8 is the run rate for Wellington Tasman. No wickets down yet, so it's another good solid base that they're laying. That'll be a wide down the leg side. up by McCarr, but straight to the point fielder, no run. Coming up to the end of the first block of 15 overs. This is Edmund's chance of a catch as Foster reaches out his long arms and squeezes it out to a point where the fielder dives and tries to take the catch, but can't do so. And 2 runs is the end result to finish that first block of 15 overs. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes. Okay, players are making their way back into the middle. 75 without loss in this game. In the other Division 1 match, I can tell you that Canterbury Otago are 53 without loss. Hardeep Singh continuing his good form. He's on 33 not out. DJ Lyons is on 13. Down in Division 2, Wellington Tasman 78 for 2, so keeping pace with their Division 1 counterparts in terms of runs. Chris Priest and Saranga Godawi both in the 20s. Here's Wiley continuing to McCarr, good pace that time, beating him outside the off stump. Cut this time by McCarr. Nice shot. And it'll go into the boundary for 4. Well played. The other Division 2 game is Auckland versus Canterbury Otago. Greg Gatley's aggressive innings has come to a close. 44 off 35 he scored with 3 sixes and 4 fours. He was dismissed by Brad Moore, who has taken both of the wickets. As we see Andrew McCarr score another single, he's moved into the 40s now, 42 from 53. That one's down the leg side, called wide by the umpire. Got a young umpire standing at the hill's end. Nicely bowled by Wiley again, beating Foster. Quite an aggressive cricketer is Jerem Wiley. Doesn't mind getting in the face of the opposition batters. And that's a good over. He did concede 6 off it, but apart from that short wide one that was cut away by McCarr, and the wide, I suppose, the other deliveries were all pretty good. So his figures probably don't represent how well he's bowled. He's gone for 18 from 2 overs. Similarly, Chris Edmonds has bowled quite well, beaten the bat quite a few times, but he's gone for 16 from his 3 overs. We haven't seen Peter Connell yet, the captain, a former Ireland one-day international player, who took 4 wickets yesterday. He is standing down at long off in front of me here. Oh, beaten again. More good bowling from Chris Edmonds, beating that tentative sort of half cut, half push from Andrew McCarr. That one is strongly hit down the ground by McCarr into the boundary for 4 at long off. Lofted off drive. We've seen a few of those from Both batsmen today, actually, hitting powerfully down the ground. And that's another boundary for McCarr. That takes him up to 46 now. And he'll pick up another one. Ooh, chance of a run out at the bowler's end, as there was some good fielding by the point fieldsman, and Craig Foster had to scurry through for that single, which he did. Driven out towards the cover boundary by Foster, but pulled up inside, and they take 2. Slashed away once more through third man, but they do have protection there after those 2 boundaries in the previous couple of overs off Wiley's bowling, and it's just the one, so he's finding the edges. But that one down the leg side and called wide. One's beaten the keeper, and it's going to be 5 wides, so not great bowling from Wiley, and they really hurt, those 5 wides. So struggling a bit with the old line is Jerem Wiley. He has found the outside edge a few times, but on a few other occasions he's sprayed it down the leg side as he did that time. This time he's on target though, and he spread eagles Craig Foster's stumps, bowling him all ends up. So that's the success that Districts have been looking for the last 17 overs. They finally got it, and Craig Foster's innings comes to a close on 34, bowled by Jerem Wiley. Foster gets a moderate round of applause from his teammates for his innings of 34. And these two had put on 97 for the first wicket, so finally a wicket falls. It's been almost 300 runs since a wicket fell here, with Hamish Marshall and Deepak June having put on 200 yesterday for the third wicket unbeaten, and now Carr and Foster putting on 97 for the first wicket. So success for Districts, but the bad news for them is that does bring Deepak June to the crease, fresh off his 128 not out yesterday. So clearly in good form, the left-hander from Wellington, now living in the Districts area, doing a lot of coaching up there, but very much a Wellingtonian. Played first-class cricket for Wellington as an opening batsman. And here he is facing Jerem Wiley. June comfortably forward in defence. We saw him take a few balls to get his eye in yesterday, and then he started playing very nicely off the back foot, and then as his innings progressed, played some more front foot shots. So the end of a successful over for Jerem Wiley. Had 7 wides in it as well, but the wicket is the main thing, and Districts will be happy to have got one on the board. In the other Division 1 match, Canterbury Otago versus Auckland. Auckland also finding it difficult to take wickets at Horton Park. Canterbury Otago 65 without loss, so it's been 267 runs that Auckland conceded without taking a wicket. Sounds a little bit like their over 50s team, to be honest. They conceded 330 without taking a wicket in the first game of the over 50s IPT earlier this year. I'm struggling again today at over 40s level. Hardeep Singh is on 42 not out in that game. DJ Lyons 19 not out. Runs everywhere actually, in Division 2 as well. I'll give you a bit of an update on that as well. As I mentioned before, Peter Connell played one-day international cricket for Ireland tucked up Deepak June there. I'll see if I can find his stats. Played 13 one-day internationals between 2008 and 2010, as well as 9 T20 internationals. And he took 13 wickets in those one-day internationals at 39.84. Did pretty well in the T20s, 10 wickets at 15.6. Here we go. He was the 16th player in the history of first-class cricket to take a hat-trick on debut and the first to do so in an international match. That's an interesting stat. The first player to take a debut first-class hat-trick in an international match. There you go. Anyway, he's bowling to Andrew McCarr, who's done well. He's on 48, according to my figures. $100 up for Wellington, Tasman, 100 for 1 in the 19th over. You might have heard that cry from the fielder through the fixed microphone, but no damage done. Just been delivered a coffee by Paul West from the Auckland O40s, so thank you to Paul. That was the reason for my silence. Oh, it's a beautiful shot from Andrew McCarr, leaning into that cover drive. Not much foot movement, but he just slashed the bat at it and went through cover for 4 runs. Excellent innings. Now, I've got him reaching 50, but I think I might be a few runs off, so we'll go with the Cricket HQ scorecard. We've seen a couple of beautiful shots from McCarr this morning. One flick off his toes over long on was a memorable one, and that was another memorable one. He's aggressive again as McCarr, heading down to long off, but he didn't time that one. And they just get the single. It's a graceful off drive by Deepak June. No runs. He's just working his way into his innings. 1 off 7 balls he is today. And again, we see Jeremy Wiley just struggling with the radar a little bit. He bowled a few leg side wides to the right-handers, and now he's bowled one to the left-hander as well. "20 overs gone now, 107 for 1. That's 5.35 runs an over. Canterbury Otago still going well, 79 without loss. Hardeep Singh has brought up his 50. He's 51 off 52 deliveries. That's his second straight 50 after he scored 55 yesterday. In Division 2, Wellington, Tasman, 110 for 2. Chris Priest is on 39. Saranga Godawe is on 45. Could be the last scorecard in a moment as Cornell continues to Makar, who whips it away off his pads in the air again. He's played a few lofted shots today. He hasn't timed that one though. But he picks up 2, and that is his 50. So 50, not on debut as he did play yesterday, but 50 in his first innings for, well, any team over 40s level. Specifically for Wellington Tasman today. So milestone for Makar. Well done. That is a beauty from Cornell, beating the well-set Makar all ends up. He was looking to play it on the leg side and ended up beating the outside of his bat. So great delivery from the former Ireland international Peter Cornell. O'Connell. Ball spilled to the ground. It's gone for 4. A bit of luck for Makar. And there's more bad news for Cornell as that shy at the stumps has defeated the keeper and gone away for an overthrow. So he actually let out a bit of a naughty word there, did the bowler, but you can't really blame him considering what's happened in the last 2 deliveries. And now Cornell working up a good head of steam, but he's overcooked this one and he's bowled it down the leg side of Deepak June. And Cornell's bad luck in this over continues as he lets out a yell for LBW. It was a good shout, that. Everybody went up, but the umpire said no. There may have been a little bit of bat involved, but that's the end of a frustrating over for Peter Cornell. A dropped catch, an overthrow, and a declined LBW shout. Still good bowling from him. Okay, and just quickly summarising that final match in Division 2. Auckland, 89 for 4 after 19 overs. They had a rollicking start. They were going over 8s. Now they're down at 4.6 as 4 wickets, or 3 wickets, actually all 4 wickets have fallen for the space of 9 runs. Jay Changlani is still batting. He's on 27. But they've lost Greg Gatley for 44, Mark Downey for 0, Stephen Van Niekerk for 4, and Tim Henwood for 2. Muhammad Khan is 2 not out. Who's taken all the wickets? Brad Moore, 3 for 15. James Mackey, number 3, is the new bowler, bowling some off spin from the Hills end. Started well. He batted yesterday quite well. James Mackey scoring 58 for districts against Canterbury Otago. Mackay uses his feet this time, drives down to long off for a single. Another single down the ground. That's 3 of those in a row. As we enter this sort of accumulation phase. Well, Deepak June doesn't want to accumulate. He wants to accumulate boundaries, and he drives gracefully through cover for 4. So that's him underway in terms of boundaries. His first today, to go with the 20 that he scored yesterday. 20 boundaries and 2 sixes he hit as part of his super innings of 128 not out, the first century in New Zealand over 40s cricket.
Okay. Oh.
Here's Peter Cannell to Deepak June. Good contest this. .55 is the run rate that Wellington Tasman are scoring at. So again, they're enjoying batting on this number 1 Horton Park wicket. Still plenty of batting in the shed for them. Haven't seen any sign of Hamish Marshall. They've still got the likes of Brian Crammer, Campbell McLean, Martin Slabbit, Mark Young not playing today. Mark Colkin, he'll get a bat. That's a nice leg glance for four from Andrew McCarr. You don't often say this, but it was a sort of a powerful leg glance. He really went for it and got a thick inside edge down to the vacant fine leg area for another boundary. It's the 10th that Andrew McCarr has struck today on his home ground. He is a Marlborough boy. Plays for Marlborough, as I mentioned earlier, in the Hawke Cup. So he's played here a lot. And add another boundary to that as he whips that over wide long on, very similar to that shot that we saw earlier in the innings. Nicely played. So he's looking strong today, Andrew McCarr. Big, powerful man, and he's using those strengths to hit his second consecutive boundary off the bowling of Peter Connell, whose third over comes to an unsuccessful end. None for 17 he has off 3. 132 for 1 after 23 overs. In the other Division 1 match, the 100 is up. And as I mentioned before, that's now 300 runs since Auckland have taken a wicket. Hardeep Singh, the main run scorer there, he's on 71. So there's a bit of a contest going on between Hardeep Singh and Deepak June to be the leading run scorer in this tournament. I think they're on pretty much the same at the moment. Deepak June scored 128 yesterday and he's now on 8 with that single, so that gives him 136. Hardeep Singh scored 55 yesterday and he's now on 71, so that's 126, if my maths is correct. Another contender for that leading run scorer will be Byron Jolivet, who is in the district's team. He'll have to wait for his turn to bat. He scored 103 not out in a great chase for districts over Canterbury Otago. So runs coming very freely now for these two top order batsmen, McCarr and June. It's 5 singles. Oh, there's going to be an overthrow. I'll have to turn that 1 into a 2. There's been a few overthrows today, probably 3 lots of overthrows. One was a deflection off the stump, so we won't blame the fielders for that. Peter Cannell will continue. No wicket for 17 he has from 3 overs. Big shout, huge shout, chance for a run out as well. He doesn't die wondering when it comes to the appeals, Peter Cannell. Didn't look out to me, and the umpire agreed. And then there was a bit of drama as the batsman had left his crease and Jerem Wiley came flying in from point to try and throw down the stumps there. So plenty of action off that first ball. This next one is swung away by Deepak June, but only as far as the fine leg fieldsman for a single. I'd like to take this opportunity to send a little shout out to the New Zealand over 50s A and B teams, which both finished third in the Australian State Championships, National Championships, in Divisions 1 and 3 respectively. I'll come back to that in a moment. As we see a beautiful shot over mid-on by Deepak June, launching Peter Cannell for 4 down the ground. Didn't even bother leaving his crease after he hit that. It was a lovely shot, reminiscent of some that we saw yesterday from Deepak June, who's moving into his work now. 17 off 21 he is. And Peter Cannell taking a little bit of punishment. He's bowled well, he's bowled some really good deliveries. But it looks like this wicket is just so good. So yes, New Zealand A, showing that they're a good batting team. That's the over 50s. Chasing down 240 to beat Western Australia in the 3rd-4th playoff of Division 1. Good effort from them. Ian Bilcliffe, the star for that tournament. He ended up the leading run scorer out of the entire tournament across every division with over 200 runs. 213 in fact, for only once out. Players do have to retire at 50 in that tournament, which is a bit like rules, and he, I think, reached 50 on 3 of the 4 occasions that he batted. He was only out once. So great effort from him. And Greg Stretch, a Marlborough man, bringing the game home for New Zealand A with 44 not out. So congratulations to Greg. We may see him down at Horton Park over the next couple of days once he gets back in town. And Scott Mason taking 4 wickets in that match as well. So good effort from New Zealand A. Didn't make the final, which they would have hoped to, but 3rd place, pretty good effort. As James Mackey will continue to Deepak June in a moment. And he pulls that long hop contemptuously through mid-wicket. There was a man there, but he didn't give him any chance really. And again, doesn't expend any energy pretending to run when he doesn't need to. So another powerfully hit boundary by Deepak June. The New Zealand B over 50 team, they finished 3rd as well in Division 3 of that Australian National Championships. They scored 178 and defended it, bowling Western Australia out for, I think it was 130 or thereabouts from memory. McCarr goes big this time over mid-wicket, whipping it away over the boundary at mid-wicket for 6 runs. That's his first 6, and he is 75 now from 80 deliveries. So he's got that strike rate up. And District's taking some punishment. I think they're going to be chasing a big one today. Twelve runs already from this over. Big shout for LBW. No, says the young umpire Jamie at the Hills End. That one a little bit flatter from Mackie, and it trapped Deepak June on the back foot. And a big shout for LBW, but given not out. And that's a good comeback. After another good delivery from James Mackie, they managed to sneak a single to end an event for over from James Mackie. So just finishing off on that over 50s news. Both teams from New Zealand finishing third in their respective divisions. Excellent effort, and thank you to Veterans Cricket Australia and the South Australian Veterans Cricket Association and Tournament Director Anthony Telfer for inviting New Zealand to participate and being wonderful hosts. I'm sure that we'd like to return again if invited. The over 50s have their version of this national tournament, the IPT, coming up in just a couple of weeks in Tauranga, from December the 7th to the 12th. So it'll be the same format as this tournament, just a different age group, of course, different players. That's a good delivery from Peter Cannell, beating June, not grabbing the edge. Yeah, so two IPTs in the space of a month. Plenty going on in veterans cricket in New Zealand at the over 40s and 50s age groups. That is pulled beautifully by Deepak June over the boundary for 6 runs. The Auckland players made the mistake of bowling short to Deepak June yesterday, and he punished them, and I actually mentioned this to Peter Cannell, the bowler, last night, and suggested that pitching up might be a better option, and he did that, but on this occasion dropping short and being severely punished to the tune of 6 runs. Great shot for June, who's now 30 at a run a ball. So he scored 158 runs in this tournament without being dismissed. And that's a very graceful cover drive, but there is a man out on the cover sweeper boundary who intercepts that one, so just a single. Let's keep an eye on Hardeep Singh. He's on 75. He's lost his opening partner, DJ Lyons, for a patient 26. Hardeep Singh on 75. Steve Hobson, the captain, he's just joined Hardeep.
And the score in that match, 117 for 1. Canterbury Otago, that's
4.85 runs and over.
the run rate. So the 6 here,
6.19. This one's whipped away by McCarr, and the call is 2 as the sweeper has a bit of work to do to move to his left, and they do easily get 2.
to end the 27th over, Peter Cannell has none for 33 from his 5. And again, Districts
Just finding it hard to stem the tide here.
168 for 1.
I wonder if 300 could be on the cards given the depth of the Wellington Tasman batting.
Oh, there's been a flurry of wickets in Division 2. Auckland are 108 for 7. The opening batters there scored 34 and 44 respectively, but since then the scores have been 0, 4, 2, 7, 1. And 108 for 7 they are. Brad Moore has taken 3 for 15. And Nathan Columbus, 2 for 31. And Mark Murphy has bowled well yesterday, taken 3 for, he's taken 2 for 11 today.
Change of bowling here.
Leighton Parsons.
He's going to bowl some medium pace from the Hills end. Good player, Leighton Parsons. Plays for, not sure if he plays for New Zealand Māori, but he plays for Northern Māori. Still plays a lot of senior cricket in, I believe it's Hamilton. Slightly more of a batsman than a bowler, but I believe he does bowl some handy medium pace. We'll see. Looks quite fit. Bustling run up. He's been hit down the ground by McCarr, who calls for 2 but doesn't get it this time, as the mid-off fieldsman, a long off in fact, does some good work scurrying across and firing that ball back in.
Nevertheless, 1 to Andrew McCarr, 79.
Could he be approaching another century in this tournament? Big shout for LBW, given. Deepak June does finally lose his wicket. And Leighton Parsons strikes. That was a big aggressive shout, putting pressure on the umpire, and he decided that the
Ball was going on to hit the wickets.
So that's the end of Deepak June. And only minor respite for Districts, as the new batsman is former black cap Hamish Marshall, who also scored an unbeaten century yesterday. He's coming in at number 4 to join Andrew McCarr.
Immediate success for Leighton Parsons, though. So it was a good bowling change from District's captain Peter Connell. Just quickly on that other Division 2 game, the partnership between Chris Priest, this is for Wellington, Tasman, between Chris Priest and Chris Fitzgerald is 113. Chris Fitzgerald on 62 with 10 boundaries, and Chris Priest on 60. Hamish Marshall straight onto the drive, no run though. So yeah, Chris Fitzgerald and Nelson Ladd, he's on 60, and Chris Priest is also on 60, and they've added over 100, those two. Hamish Marshall off the mark with an easy push to extra cover, which will end the over. A successful one for Leighton Parsons. He has 1 for 3 of his only over. And I can see that Hardeep Singh has been dismissed in the other First Division match. He's been caught by Sudham Solanki, bowled by Vishal Dubey for 76. Dubey has both of the wickets to fall there. He's taken 2 for 11 from 3 overs. So the only 2 wickets that Auckland have managed in the last, well, quite a while. Both taken by a man who didn't play yesterday, Vishal Dubey. The score in that match, 127 for 2 after 26 overs, so still going at about 4.8. And in Division 2 I can see Auckland have lost another wicket, so they're 117 for 8 now. That's, what have they lost? 17 plus 25, so 42. They've lost 842. Okay, change of bowling here. Who's this? Let me find out.
Who's the bowler again? Oh, yeah.
Nick Smith back into the attack. He bowled from the far end earlier, opened the bowling in fact. Bowls left arm spin. Makar with that favoured whip, sort of a straight whip down to long on, just for single. Chance of a run out, but Hamish Marshall very quick. He always was quite quick in his international playing days. Still got good speed for a 40-plus-year-old, and beats that throw from Peter Connell at the bowler's end stumps and takes a single. This one hammered away strongly by
Andrew McCarr to the extra cover boundary for 4 runs. Interesting shot that he sort of leans away to the leg side but still has lots of power through the offside. We've seen that shot a few times today as well, so well hit by McCarr. It's 12 boundaries he's hit now and a 6. This one's a full toss down the ground for 1 more. Ooh, nicely bowled that time by Nick Smith, tucking up Hamish Marshall, who used his feet but didn't really make any contact. So end of the over, 179 for 2, and I can see that Vishal Dubey has taken another big wicket for Auckland, bowling the captain of Canterbury Otago, Steve Hobson, who had scored a breezy 22. So Dubey taking all 3 wickets there. He's got 3 for 11 from his 3 overs. I'm really sorry, I've just realised that the score hasn't been showing on the screen. Fix that now, hopefully. Not sure how long that's been the case for, but thank you to my good friend Jonathan Abrahams for pointing that out. G'day JT, hope you're well over there in Nelson. You had mentioned you might be popping over to Blenheim to watch this, so we might see you at some stage. Hello to JT and all the Wakatu Cricket Club members who may be watching. There's 2 members of the Wakatu Cricket Club who will be in action today for Wellington, Tasman. That's Campbell McLean and Brian Crammer. We'll see them a bit later. Aidan Parsons in again to Hamish Marshall, who just pushes it down too long on, just building into his innings as he did yesterday. Pretty clinical he was yesterday, just a real professional 100, even though it came off 71 balls. It wasn't flashy, it was just very efficient. Looks like McCarr got some bat on that as the umpire does not signal, so we'll give him a further run, which takes him to 87 now, and it's the end of 30 overs, so we'll have a drink, or the players will. I might have a little break as well, and we'll be back here in about 5 minutes. All right, here we go. Business time. The last 15 overs of this Wellington Tasman innings. They're going at sixes now. They've got a super platform. 15 overs to score as many as they can. I reckon they'd be looking for at least 300 from here. That's a further 117 off 15 overs. What's that, around 7? We've got Grant Comerford back into the attack. He opened the bowling, took none for 22 from his 5 overs. He's bowling to the well-set Andrew McCarr on 87. He is now with that push down the ground, just 12 runs away from what'll be a pretty good 100. It'll be the third for the Wellington Tasman team. Following the centuries to Deepak June and Hamish Marshall yesterday. Hamish Marshall on strike now. He's on 5. As he sweeps the medium pace of Grant Comerford down to backward square leg on the boundary, to the boundary rider, who fires it back in, and just 1 to Marshall. So pretty good shot that, actually, sweeping the seamer. Good cricket there. McCard driving powerfully to covers and Charles Williams diving away, parrying it down. Couldn't stop it, but he did probably stop a boundary. And they pick up 1. You probably would have seen that bit of fielding on your screen. The angle that we're at is just looking over the left shoulder of the right shoulder of the man at extra cover. That's Charles Williams. So he should maybe pop into screen as he walks in with the bowler, Grant Comerford, who bowls a bad delivery, a wide down leg side. A little bit of a flurry of wickets in the other Division 1 match. 139 for 4 is the score now. Scott Mara has picked up a wicket, that of Simon Murphy for 6. Now, have we just seen a drop catch? Looks like we might have. Marshall provided a cordon bowled opportunity yesterday to Scott Mara, who shelled it, and it looks like he may have done the same to Grant Comerford, who's wringing his hand. It was another firmly hit shot by Marshall, but I think that was a catching opportunity. We saw a catch go down on the slips earlier. And that one goes through where a slip would have been, but there is no slip at this stage of the innings, and Andrew McCarr rides his luck again, picking up a 4. So he's moved up to a runner ball 93. Nine off this over so far, 1 ball to come from Comerford.
And they're going to pick up 2 as there's a bit of a misfield down in front of me here by Nick Smith. Now, what's happened here? There's a no ball for some reason. It may have been something to do with the number of players out. So, it's a no ball. Plus they scored 2. And we've got a free hit here. So I'm not sure what the infringement was. It may have been the number of fielders outside the circle because the Wellington Tasman players were yelling out no ball. Anyway, it's a free hit to Andrew McCarr, who's on 95. And he can't really capitalise on it, just squeezing out that full-length delivery out to, I think that's Luke Woods on the boundary there. So just 1 to finish the over. Bit of an expensive one. 11 off it. Down in Division 2, Chris Fitzgerald and Chris Priest continuing along their merry way. Fitzgerald, 93 off 68. 14 boundaries and a 6. Chris Priest, 84 off 76 with 8 4s and 3 6s. Two well-known indoor cricket players there doing well outdoors at Oliver Park. Speaking of players in the 90s, Andrew McCarr is one of those. He's on 96, just 1 blow away from a century. He won't get it on this occasion, but he will get 1 down to long off. So runs galore in Blenheim in 3 of the 4 matches. In the 4th one, Auckland 131 for 8. Leighton Parsons beats the attempted cut shot of Hamish Marshall. Parsons again. That one's a little bit too wide. Called wide. Plenty of chat there in the field. You may hear some of it from the district's players, encouraging each other for a big effort in these last few overs. That is a wonderful shot by Hamish Marshall, flicking it off his legs down over the boundary at deep backward square leg, where it's gone for 6. It's been caught by Brian Crammer, but Crammer is part of the same team as Marshall. He was just seated on some of the white seats down there, stood up to take the catch, flung it back in. So 6 runs to Hamish Marshall. Great shot from him. And it sounds like that is the 100, so I was a couple of runs off for Andrew McCarr, but he has reached 100 with that squirt out into the offside. Excellent batting from Andrew McCarr, the third member of the Wellington Tasman side to reach a century in this tournament. And then followed up by a beautiful cut shot from Hamish Marshall out to the boundary for 4 to end that over. So, congratulations, Andrew McCarr, 100 from 98 deliveries, I think it was. The 200 came up in that over as well. So it's all happening here at Horton Park. The run rate, 6.63. Runs are flowing. 100 to Andrew McCarr, 18 to Hamish Marshall with a 4 and a 6. Earlier, Craig Foster scored 34 from 48 with 5 boundaries. Deepak June scored 32 off 33. Grant Comerford has none for 35 from his 6 overs. He's going to keep going. As McCarr whips him away down to the boundary rider at square leg for a further run. So, I mean, this total could be anything really. It's up to 213 from 32 overs. Still another 13 overs to go. If they go at 10, that would be 130. That would take them to 340. Even 8s would get them over 300, I think. Oh, he's bowled him. Marshall has played it onto his stumps. Went for a big drive, got some bat on it. Went into his foot and then back onto the stumps. So, that's a big wicket for Districts. They'll be pretty pleased with that. Hamish Marshall, the century maker from yesterday, has been dismissed. Bowled by Grant Comerford for 18. And as the new batsman, Mark Colkin makes his way to the crease. Let's quickly go round the grounds. Canterbury Otago in Division 1, 157 for 4. Vishal Dubey has 3 of those wickets, 3 for 31. Ben Rapson is 14 not out. Nigel Collins, the big hitter, he's on 5. No big hits yet, 5 from 8. Vishal Dubey has 3 for 31, and leg spinner Scott Mara has 1 for 35. Division 2, looks like Chris Fitzgerald, he's on 95, so good effort from him. 99 now he is, off 73 balls. Chris Priest has been dismissed for 84. The score there, 216 for 3, so very similar to this match, although they've only bowled 28 overs down there. Plenty of runs being scored at Oliver Park. 7.67 is the run rate in that game, so that total could be anything. Anyway, Mark Colkin is the new batsman. Made a special trip over from Darwin, Australia for this event. He's about to face his first ball from Grant Comerford. And he gets off the mark with a pretty easy single into the offside.
very solidly built man, Mark Colkin. Another indoor cricket player, played for New Zealand quite a lot. Now resident in Australia, where he plays Premier Cricket in Darwin. Also played some first class cricket, or List A cricket at least. So 3 List A matches and 7 2020 matches Mark Colkin played for both Wellington and Central Districts. He had a highest score of 37 not out. That was in a T20 match. And his last match was in 2011. That is a big shot from Andrew McCarr, whipping it over mid-wicket for 6 runs onto the street, onto Scott Street, sending the fielder on a chase across the street to go and fetch it. That was a very, very nicely timed hit from the century maker Andrew McCarr. His second 6 takes him to 108. So some great hitting we've seen today, again, primarily from Andrew McCarr, who's a big strong fella. He's probably 6'2", broad-shouldered, powerful. Mark Colkin also broad-shouldered, but considerably shorter. But yes, that was a lovely shot from McCarr. Nearly hit McCarr, actually, on the road. All right, Leighton Parsons to continue. One more down the ground for McCarr. Could be eyeing up the highest score in the tournament, which is currently the 128 not out that Deepak June scored yesterday. Good couple of dots from Leighton Parsons at this stage of the innings. Just 2 runs from this over, which is 2/3 completed. A little bit of cloud coming in from the hills end, actually. It came from the other end yesterday, but seems to be heading towards us today, but I don't think it's too threatening. The forecast was for some rain at around 1 or 2. It's now 1:15 local time, and it's just getting a little bit more overcast, but hopefully it'll stay away from us here at Horton Park and round the corner at Oliver Park. As Leighton Parsons completes a very good over, just 3 runs off it. He has 1 for 26 from 4 overs. And it's 226 for 3. What's happening around the grounds, Jim? Let's see. Canterbury Otago in Division 1, 176 for 4. Ben Rapson, 21 not out. Nigel Collins, 17 off 14. Has hit a 6, known for his big hitting, is Nigel Collins. Chris Fitzgerald has reached 100. Well done, Chris. Stumpy, they call him. 109 he is, 78 deliveries, 16 fours and a 6. He's still going. So 232 for 3 off 30 overs. 7.73 the run rate there. So they're looking at well over 300. Peter Connell, the captain of Districts, is back into the attack now. He'll bowl to Mark Culkin from the city end. Starts with a slowish delivery, which could concede some overthrows. It will, as the player Nick Smith, who came into the stumps to collect the ball, couldn't do so, and it's ricocheted off for an overthrow. So another overthrow off the bowling of Peter Connell won't improve his mood. The end result is 2 runs to Mark Culkin. He's on 6 now. And he'll pick up another one, just dropping it into the onside. Ooh, Makar hoists that one away on the leg side and almost defeats the boundary rider at square leg there with the spin, but he dives away to his left to prevent it embarrassing himself. There's just one for Makar, who is now 110. He's batted right through this innings, all 34.3 overs. Strongly hit down the ground by Culkin, just for 1, as Nick Smith does the fielding. And then practices his long barrier. That's well bowled by Connell, getting on a good length to Andrew Makar. But he still manages to squeeze it out on the offside and pick up a single. 111 he is. Nelson, although not in Nelson, we're over the hill in Blenheim. It's nicely played again by Culkin, just dabbing it into the onside. He's worked the ball around quite nicely, has Culkin, in his brief stay, 9 off 10. 10 overs to go now, 233 is the score. If they can go at 8s, that'll be a further 80, which will take them over the 300 mark. I reckon that'll be their target.
Division 2, Auckland versus Canterbury Otago. Auckland 145 for 8. So a little bit of a comeback there. These two batsmen, Akshay Bokil and Dinto Devasi, have added 32 for the 9th wicket after a flurry of wickets. Nathan Columbus taking 3 of those, 3 for 39. So 149 for 8, Auckland. As Mark Colkin picks up another single into the onside. Makar is down the track, heading to extra cover, but there's some good fielding there by the man racing around from long on. Just keeps it down to 1. Good running by Makar, calling Colkin through, even though the ball went straight to Grant Comerford at short fine leg. So it is just getting a little bit cooler as those clouds expand across the sky and head towards us. Still no rain. More good running there from Makar and Colkin, taking their 4th consecutive single off this over. And there'll be 5 wides in fact, as Leighton Parsons loses his radar and the ball escapes the wicketkeeper as well. That's Luke Woods. So 5 wides, that never helps the fielding team, definitely helps the batting team. That one's heaved down to long on by Mark Colkin for another single to end pretty productive over for Wellington Tasman, helped mainly by that block of 5 wides, plus they scored 5 singles. So these two have added 30 in pretty quick time. Colkin's come straight in and got into his work. He's on 12. Next batsman in is Brian Kramer from Nelson, from the Wakatu Club. He'll be looking forward to his first opportunity, but we've still got 1 wicket to fall between now and then. As we see a huge shot from Mark Colkin, swinging it way out of the ground.
On to Scott Street again, 6 runs. Might be the biggest shot of the day. There's a bit of a retrieval job again for the fielder, who has to jog across the street in his spikes and try and find that ball. Not quite sure where it's gone, into one of the neighbouring houses. But that was a big hit from Mark Colkin. So, I think we'll be in for some fireworks in these last 9 overs now. Only 3 wickets down, plenty of batting left in the shed. That's a good comeback from Connell though, nice and full. Now this will take some catching. It's gone down to long on, and the fielder has spilled the chance. Oh, that's bad luck. Their fielding hasn't been fantastic today, Districts. That went high in the air from the bat of Mark Colkin, and who was that down there? I think it might have been Chris Edmonds spilling that chance. 2 runs to Mark Colkin, and Peter Cannell's unlucky day continues. And he follows it up with a wide, so that you can't blame anyone else other than himself for that delivery, but he's had a chance go down in the slips, he's had a chance go down at long on, he's had LBW shouts denied, he's had overthrows go against him, and he's wicketless. None for 49 off 6.3 overs. Meanwhile, speaking of big hitters, Nigel Collins is getting into his work. He's hit 4 sixes on his way to 37 from 23 deliveries for Canterbury Otago in their Division 1 match. And he's got them up to 203 for 5 with about 9 overs to go there. He may have been dismissed. There's been a very good catch taken by a fielder there. I can't see perfectly who it was that was dismissed, but we'll find out in a moment. On the boundary, it was either Nigel Collins or Adam Hastelow, because those are the 2 men who were in. Probably Collins. Anyway, we'll come back to that. This is Connell to Mark Colkin. And there's no run, so Peter Connell does end that over safely. The 250 came up in that over. 252 for 3 is the score. That's a run rate of 6.81, so they're pushing up to 7. What's happening down in Division 2? Chris Fitzgerald, he's pumping away. 119 he is, off 86 deliveries. 16 4s and 2 6s. And 245 for 3 they are. That's 7.6 and over down at Oliver Park, so plenty of runs down there.
Sorry, what did you say? Jerem Wiley back into the attack. He has bowled 4.2 overs, 1 for 35. He's bowling to Mark Colkin, who dabs that one down. It's gone for 4 actually. He's dabbed it through the empty slips area. Nice little delicate shot, and he'll pick up his first boundary to go with that huge 6 that he hit in the previous over. 24 he is off 21 deliveries. Here's Wiley again, and Colkin is going to pick up another boundary as he comes down the track and whips it away through square leg. So second consecutive 4 from Mark Colkin, who's now 28 off 22. And that run rate just under 7 now. So the score's almost identical for both the Wellington Tasman teams. 263 for 3 here at Horton Park, and at Oliver Park it's 264 for 3. Both have a batsman in who scored over a century and another in the 20s. So very symmetrical, those two score lines. We've got Chris Edmonds coming back into the attack now. A little bit confusing. There's 2 players with number 12 on their back. Nick Smith down at long off has got number 12, and so does the bowler Chris Edmonds. Anyway, it is Chris Edmonds bowling. And they picked up 2 leg byes there, I think.
Mark Colkin goes for a sort of a paddle sweep off that ball. There's plenty of empty space down there if he manages to get that, but he didn't make any contact. Goes for a similar shot, but it goes down the leg side and it's called a wide. So maybe not the area that Chris Edmonds should be bowling. He's only got a deep square leg as protection down there. There's two other boundary riders on the leg side, a cow corner and a long on. And this one's going to be out. Colkin caught at short third man. Trying to swing it away. Bit of a agricultural swipe at that one. And it just looped up to short third man. I'm not quite sure who that was, but he's taken the catch. And Mark Colkin has been dismissed. I'll just find out who took that catch in a moment. Alright, so that wicket, that of Mark Colkin, brings Brian Crammer to the crease. Bit of a legend in Nelson cricket circles, played many times for Nelson. I think he may have played 100 times, I'm not sure, but scored a lot of runs for them. Usually bats 3 or 4, coming in at number 6 today with only 6 overs to show what he can do. Plays for the Wakatu club in Nelson, which just happens to be my club, so I've played a few games with Brian over the years and wish him all the best while still retaining my neutrality. And he gets off the mark immediately. There's a direct hit from long off. That was an amazing throw from Nick Smith. Hit the stumps on the full as Brian Crammer was coming back for the second, but he had timed his running well enough that he managed to make it home. So good bit of fielding. To end that over from Chris Edmonds. 270 is the score now, with 6 overs to go. Let's see quickly what's happening at the other game on this wicket. It was Nigel Collins who was dismissed earlier for 37 off 24 deliveries. Adam Hastelow and Leighton Johnston batting. The score 209 for 6. They've also got 6 overs to go down there. 5.34 is their run rate. Vishal Dubey in the wickets again, 4 for 48 from 9. Down in Division 2, Chris Fitzgerald continuing, 129 he is now. That's the highest score in this tournament of 92 deliveries. Great hitting from him. And the score there is 276 for 3. Justin Hobbs, another Tasman man, batting with him there. He's on 29. Hobbs scored 89 yesterday. So runs galore here in Blenheim. And finally, that Auckland 9th wicket partnership continues. I'll come back to that in a moment as Kramer misses out on that cut shot off the bowling of Wiley. Akshay Bokil, he's 33 not out. Dinto Devassi, 23 not out. They've added 52, those two, for the 9th wicket, so a good comeback after losing a whole heap of wickets there, Auckland. Oh no, Brian Kramer's fallen over. What on earth has happened there? He squirted it out into the covers, took off for a run, stumbled, fell over, pretty much gave up, but the throw the bowler hadn't got back to the bowler's end to collect the throw, which missed the stumps, and they ended up getting a single after all that. So a bit of a lucky escape for Brian Kramer there. He took off with the shot, and his momentum just caused him to stumble halfway down the pitch. He lost his bat, lost his composure, but he didn't lose his wicket, and that's the main thing. And he'll pick up a single here. Wicket falls. Andrew McCarr, in similar fashion to Hamish Marshall, has somehow managed to play the ball onto his stumps. Went to whack it on the leg side, and so interesting over this one. We've had chance of a run out. We've had a bowled. And the new batsman, Nuwan Weerasuriya, coming in at number 7 today. He'll be facing Jerem Wiley. Here we go. And he lets that one pass through to the keeper, Luke Woods, to end a pretty good over from Jerem Wiley, in which he took his 2nd wicket. So 5 overs to go. Wellington Tasman are 273 for 5. If they're going to get up to that magical 300 mark, they'll need a further 27. I'm pretty sure they would feel confident of doing that. There's a bit of a confabulation, is that the word? Between Peter Connell, the skipper, Charles Williams, the co-captain, and Chris Edmonds, the bowler. They've decided on a field which is spread far and wide for batsman Brian Kramer on strike now. And he takes one comfortably down the ground. So Brian Cramer, or BK, not known for his power hitting, especially early in his innings. He can hit boundaries, of course, but coming in at the death is not really his specialty subject. Likes to build an innings. And again, that's another dot as he's hit it straight to Charles Williams at cover. Full toss, couldn't take toll of that. There's a bit of chirp in the field from Jerem Wiley, who never shies away from that, from what I've seen so far. So just 2 runs off the first 5 balls of this over. Hoist that one down the ground. No timing though. Oh, there's a call for 2. There's some drama here. Chance at the keeper's end. But again, Cramer a little bit lucky to escape a run out. So he didn't time that one. Just looped up too long off. Where Asuria called Cramer back for 2. Some hesitation. But he just made it. So end of that over. A good one for Chris Edmonds. Just 4 runs off it. That one stroked out to the keeper for a single to Wirasuria. As the wind starts to pick up here, you can maybe see some of the trees in the background there starting to blow around a bit more. Cramer will pick up 4 here with a nice little leg glance down to the boundary. So Jerem Wiley just straying onto leg stump and Cramer just being able to play a normal cricket shot to that one without having to slog. Just flicks it away down to fine leg for 4 runs. His first boundary, he's on 10. Wirasuria trying to be a little bit inventive there, looking for a kind of a sweep shot, but didn't make contact. Doesn't make contact again. That one goes through to the keeper, so apart from that leg glance for 4, it's been a little bit slow going for this partnership. 6 off that over. Wirasuria has 2 off 5. Cramer has 11 off 12. And there's 3 overs left in this innings now, so still probably on target for 300 if they run hard and bat well. Peter Connell, the captain, back into the attack. As I said, he had an unlucky day. None for 49 from 7 overs. Let's just see what Chris Fitzgerald is up to. I think he's been dismissed. He has, for 134 of 98 deliveries. Great innings from him. Connell beats Kramer and another dot ball. Got him, caught and bowled. So finally some success for Peter Connell. He's had his teammates drop catches off his bowling, so he thought, I'll take one myself. And Kramer, trying to force the pace, whacked it back to the bowler, Connell, who took a smart caught and bowled. So it's put a smile on his face, which we haven't seen so far today. And Brian Kramer's innings comes to an end. 11 off 13 he scored. It looks like the large frame of Scott Jones walking to the crease. Another direct hit from Nick Smith. He can't stop hitting the stumps. He didn't need to on that occasion, but he did as he fielded that hit from Scott Jones down the ground. Little dab down to third man from Wellington for a single. But the air has really gone out of this innings since the dismissal of both Mark Cook and Andrew McCarr. The lower order batsmen not having time to get themselves in really and being asked to hit from ball one, which is what Scott Jones has been asked to do. Tries, but just gets a leg by, I think. Yes, signalled now by the umpire. It's an aggressive shot by Wellington down the ground, just for one though. To end that Peter Connell over, he'll be much happier with that one. He has his first wicket, 1 for 52 off 8, 287 for 6, 2 overs left. What's happening in the other match on this park? Canterbury Otago, 234 for 6, similar stage in the innings, 3 overs to go. Adam Hastelow is 15, Leighton Johnson is 11. Top scorer in that innings, Hardeep Singh, with 76 from 83. Vishal Dubey, 4 for 48. Down in Division 2, Wellington Tasman, 293 for 4 after 37. They're on track for a big score. Justin Hobbs, 39 not out. Another dot for Jerem Wiley as Nuwan Wellington can't make contact with that one. And finally, Auckland have been bowled out for 194 4. Good lower innings resistance from Akshay Bokil and Dinto Devasi. Surya picks up just one as he swings it out to the square leg sweeper. We've got a cow corner sweeper being sent out a little bit further. But he's not needed as that one just pops out on the onside and they run through for a single. We've also got a square leg sweeper, long on, long off, and a cover sweeper. And that's where Surya goes, giving that man on the cover boundary a bit of work to do over to his left, and they take 2. Wide call down the leg side, so he's struggled with the wides a little bit today, Jerem Wiley. He's gone for 7.5 and over, which is a bit more than the overall total of 6.7. It's another dot ball, so Surya maybe not suited to this late innings slog, a little bit like Brian Crammer. He scored 7 off 11. But he'll pick up 1, make it 2, down to backward square leg. So we've got 1 over left, 294 for 6. Can they get to that magical 300 mark? Let's find out. There are 2 overs left on Horton Park number 3. 242 for 6, Canterbury Otago. All of their batsmen except Simon Murphy making double figures. He made 6. But only Hardeep Singh passing 50. He got 76. Only 2 wicket takers in that game. Scott Mara, 2 for 57 off 9, and Vishal Dubey, 4 for 48 off 9. Here we go. Scott Jones facing Peter Connell. Goes big. That is a huge hit into the playground over wide long on. He's a big man, Scott Jones, and he's hit a big hit. Saw Richard Petrie hit a few into that playground in the over 50s IPT earlier this year, and that's where Scott Jones has gone. Long, wide and handsome, and one of the fielders is chugging away down Scott Street to try and grab that one. That was a lusty blow for Scott Jones. I think he opens the batting actually for his premier club side in Wellington. It's Petone Riverside, and he likes to give it a whack when he plays there, so he can bat. What can Cannell do to come back here? Bowls a bit shorter, good length ball, and Scott Jones can only whack the ball into his pad and pick up a single. So they have made 3. And whatever they get off the rest of this over will be a bonus, and will make it just a little bit more difficult for districts to chase. And he's out. He moved across to the offside, shuffled over, tried to hit it over the short fine leg, but only hit it straight to that man, and I think you would have seen that on your screen there. That's I can't tell who it was who took the catch, but he juggled it a wee bit, caught it on the second grab, number 12 it was, so that's Chris Edmonds. So Nuan Wudasuria caught Edmonds, bowled Connell, who gets a second wicket, and he was out for 9. Now the new batsman, I'll just find out who that is. Yeah, it is Darren, former player. What can he do with a couple of balls to go? Oh, he lets that one go through. That's nice of him. Last over gets a sighter in. Has a big swing at this one, just goes down to that catcher, Chris Edmonds, and they pick up 1 run to get Cudby off the mark and to give Scott Jones, the big hitting Scott Jones, the last ball. So what can he do? He's got men out are 2 of them on the leg side, square leg, long on, square leg's moving round to more of a mid wicket, long on, long off. And there's a deep backward square leg. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 on the leg side, 4 sweepers. Here we go, last ball. Goes to one of those. It's going to be a catch, I think. It is safely taken by James Mackey down at long on. And Scott Jones perishes. Peter Connell finishes with 3 wickets. That's pretty well deserved considering the bad luck that he had early on. And let's just register that dismissal. That was James Mackey taking the catch. So the innings is complete, and Wellington Tasman have scored 302 for 8 from their 45 overs. I'll run through the scorecard quickly. Craig Foster, he was bowled Jerem Wiley for 34. Deepak June was LBW to Leighton Parsons for 32. Hamish Marshall was bowled by Grant Comerford for 18. Mark Colkin caught Parsons bowled Edmonds for 29. Andrew McCarr was bowled by Jerem Wiley for 117. And Brian Kramer, was caught and bowled by Connell for 11. Nuan Wudasuria caught Edmonds bowled Peter Connell for 9. And off the last ball of the innings, Scott Jones caught Mackey bowled Connell for 9. Darren Cudby was 1 not out. Bowler figures, Grant Comerford 7 overs, 1 for 46. Nick Smith 7 overs, none for 31. He was quite tight early on. Chris Edmonds 1 for 31 from 6. Jerem Wiley, 8 overs, 2 for 60. Peter Connell, 9 overs, 3 for 60. James Mackey, 3 overs for 25. And Leighton Parsons, 5 overs for 36. So 302 all out. Sorry, not all out. 302 for 6. And when we come back, Districts will need 303 to win this game. That'll be in about 45 minutes from now. Okay, welcome back to Horton Park for this run chase by Districts against Wellington Tasman, trying to chase down that 302. Districts' opening batsmen are Matthew Earl, who's on strike, and Jeff Simmons, who's at the non-striker's end at the moment. Scott Jones will be opening the bowling for Wellington Tasman. Here we go. Starts with a wide. I think he started with a wide yesterday, actually. Big tall figure of Scott Jones. He's bowling to Matthew Earl, who scored 38 yesterday for Districts in their successful run chase against Canterbury Otago. .302 was the Wellington Tasman total today, highlighted by 113 by Andrew McCarr. It's a good delivery from Jones, whizzing past the outside edge of Matthew Earl's bat. A great 113, or it might have been 117 from Andrew McCarr, the local man. Rex, as he's known. Rex McCarr. It's pulled away by Matthew Earl for the first boundary, first runs off the bat in this run chase effort by Districts. Short delivery pulled away well by Matthew Earl. So they're up and running. We've got a few big run chases in store this afternoon. Auckland will be chasing 259 in the other Division 1 match to beat Canterbury Otago. Down in Division 2, Districts have a bit of a mountain to climb. They're looking for 333 to beat Wellington Tasman after the local team piled up. Oh, hang on a minute. 350, in fact. 350 they ended up of 45 overs. That's a beautiful shot from Matthew Earl through the covers for his second boundary. Nine off that first over, so they're ahead of that run rate required. Early doors. Yes, so that total in Division 2, 350 scored by Wellington Tasman, highlighted by 134 from Chris Fitzgerald, Stumpy Fitzgerald from Nelson. And then in the other Division 2 game, Auckland scoring 194, so that will leave Canterbury Otago 195 to win that game. Sean Windle, the left armour, coming into the Wellington Tasman side today, will open the bowling from the city end. He played in the Division 2 team yesterday. Tournament rules allow regions to make a couple of changes between squads, and Wellington Tasman have done that to bolster their seam bowling. And Jeff Simmons gets himself underway with a run on the offside. Big shot from Jeff Simmons, not wasting any time. One bounce into the long on, or over the long on boundary for 4. So, welcome to Division 1, Sean Windle. In fact, that was Matthew Earl, sorry. Jeff Simmons, of course, took a single off the first ball, so Matthew Earl hitting his 3rd boundary. Goes for a big swing that time. Goes through to the keeper who's standing up. That's Darren Cudby. Makes a bit of a big flourish there. I'm not sure if he was going for the stumping or the catch. He's quite a sharp keeper is Darren Cudby. Played for Wellington A as a wicket keeper. Cudby misses that one. It's gone down the leg side. It's going to be leg byes actually, so maybe we can't blame the keeper too much for that. And 4 leg byes it is. So straying down leg side, Sean Windle, and it must have just clipped the batsman's pads as it went past. So 6 plus the leg byes, so 10 in total of that over, to go with the 9 off Scott Jones's first. Means that districts have made a rollicking start in pursuit of 303. They are 19 without loss after 2. Jones again, struggling a little bit with the radar, firing that one down the leg side for a wide. Much better over this one from Scott Jones, just the wide off the first ball, and since then 5 dots. Another wide though, so he'll have to re-bowl this ball of the over. And he'll have to re-bowl it again. And finally, he finishes that 9 ball over with a dot. So 3 runs off it. So at the end of this tournament, or maybe shortly after the tournament, the national over 40s selectors will pick 2 teams. They'll pick a New Zealand team, which will obviously be the best players from this tournament, and also a New Zealand A side. And the purpose of those teams being selected is to play against the Australian over 40s, which we'll be visiting here in February in Christchurch. And the Australian team will play 3 matches against New Zealand, and New Zealand A will play against each of those teams once. So it'll be New Zealand A versus New Zealand and Australia, and then 3 matches between New Zealand and Australia. I hope that all made sense. And that'll be a great build-up for the World Cup, which is being held in Pakistan in September, October of next year, just under 12 months from now. Here's Windle. Bit of a shout there, big shout actually. Players thought it hit the pad first. It was definitely bat, but it may have hit the pad first. So all these players aiming for selection in those New Zealand sides. I think that's going to be more leg buys. Pretty sure it hit the pad. It's going to be 4 more of them it is. So the second lot of 4 leg buys down the leg side. They don't go against the bowler, but they're caused by him. Yes, so that World Cup to be held in Pakistan will be a great event. It's being organised already by the Pakistan Veterans Cricket Association, which has been going for over 20 years now. They've had over 40s cricket for a long time. They're probably the pioneers in terms of national over 40s competitions. New Zealand only just starting theirs right now as we speak. Australia will be having their national tournament starting within the next few days, I believe, so that they can select a team to come over to New Zealand. And the United States have had an over 40s tournament. I believe India has as well. So it's really kicking off around the world. West Indies have theirs coming up. South Africa as well. And then the other countries that are involved are Canada, Wales, England, Zimbabwe, Namibia, possibly the UAE, Sri Lanka. So it's really taking off around the world, veterans cricket at various age groups. As we see over to Jeff Simmons, his second. Over-40s World Cup could feature some big names, the likes of perhaps Shahid Afridi and Yunus Khan. Their names have been bandied around a little bit. Not that veterans cricket is about celebrity ex-players, but that just gives you an indication of some of the players who may be involved. So the current run rate is exactly the same as the run rate required from here on in at 6.7. I'm sure that'll change. Oh. Catch goes down. Deepak June at first slip went one-handed at that one. May have been able to get two hands, but just went with one. There's a sharp chance it was like a cut from the batsman rather than a traditional edge. But early chance goes begging. It was slashed hard by Jeff Simmons and it went to Deepak June at first slip, and he may have been a little bit wrong-footed by the type of shot, and he sort of had to lurch over to his left, which I think is his favoured hand. He bats left-handed. That's a more controlled shot by Matthew Earl, just guiding it down through backward point for 4 runs. Nice shot that from Earl. He's up to 17 from 14 now with 4 boundaries. Over on Horton Park number 3, Auckland 20 without loss after 4 overs, chasing 259 to beat Canterbury Otago. Oh, again, Scott Jones really struggling with the radar. It's about the 5th or 6th wide that he's bowled. Not sure if it's swinging a lot for him. Short, pulled, caught. Nuwan Wirasuria takes the catch at mid-wicket as Matthew Earl tried to pull that short delivery. Well, he did pull it, but he hit it straight to Wellington. And Scott Jones, well, he's pumped up. He's happy to take that wicket. That brings Leighton Parsons to the wicket, coming in at number 3. Prolific run scorer in Hamilton. And that's the end of that over from Scott Jones, so he finishes with a wicket. He has 1 for 19 from 3. So a few wides, and I wouldn't even say that was his best delivery that he's ever bowled. A little bit short, but the batsman hit it straight to the fielder, so he'll take the wicket. And Wellington Tasman have a breakthrough, 35 for 1 after 5. Driven nicely down the ground by Simmons, Jeff Simmons, all the way for 4, so that's his first boundary. Nice shot, good straight drive. Campbell McLean gave chase, but he was never going to chase that one successfully. So another boundary, that's Simmons' first. And cut this time by Simmons down to third man for just a single. It was a bright start by Matthew Earl. He had hit quite a few nice boundaries and he was looking very aggressive before he fell. And someone in this district's lineup is going to have to play a big innings like Byron Jolivet did for them yesterday. Division 2, Districts are chasing a mammoth 351 to beat Wellington Tasman, but they're up with the run rate already after 3 overs, 25 without loss. Simon Eves, 19 of 16. Matt Forrest, 5 off 3. And in the other match, Canterbury Otago have not yet started to chase Auckland's 194. Keep our eye on that one. Scott Jones took a wicket with his last ball, but he's been replaced. The captain has taken him off and brought himself on. Hamish Marshall will bowl some medium pace from the hills end of Horton Park. Keeper standing up. He's got one slip. He's got a gully, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, where the catch was taken in the last over. Here's Marshall to Simmons, who pulls without any timing, and Weerasuriya, who took that catch last over, scurries around and prevents a run. Mid-on, and then your boundary riders are long leg. That one's hit the keeper, I think. He's gone down like a sack of potatoes, but he's okay. So we've got the fine leg on the boundary. It's not a fielder. Who else? Third man. Looks like maybe just 2 out. They are allowed 3. Yep, just the 2. Just a little delay as Cudby, the keeper, may have been affected by that ball that hit him. Looked like it got him on the leg. He's being offered some ice. You can see that on your screen, being waved out there by Sean Windle. But no, Cudby's going to battle on. Here's Marshall again. Short, pulled, and that will be 4. So Jeff Simmons not falling into the same trap as Matthew Earl did, hitting that one over the infield and out to the boundary for 4. So still nice conditions to play cricket in. Plenty of blue sky around. There's some thick cumulus cloud above us, but mainly the white stuff. Grey stuff's a little bit further in the distance. And I think we're going to escape today without any rain, which is great. All the players are very excited to be here, come from all around the country, of course, from as far south as Wanaka, right up to, not sure if we've got anyone from Northland, but definitely from Auckland. Windle hits that firmly and beats the sprawling dive of Craig Foster at mid-off. into the boundary for 4 runs. Not a magnificent effort from Foster, you'd have to say, but it was hit very firmly by Jeff Simmons, who's got his iron now. He's hit 3 boundaries in his innings of 17. Windle again. Driven out towards the cover boundary, Hamish Marshall gives chase and they turn comfortably for the second run. Which brings up the 50 for Districts, 51 for 1. Jeff Simmons now up to 19. Leighton Parsons not getting much strike yet. It's being dominated by Jeff Simmons, who blocks out that last ball of the over to make it 51 for 1 after 8 overs. So they're going at just under the required run rate, which is fine at this early stage. Good solid start. Hamish Marshall again, he's been hit through the covers. That's going to easily run into the big tree at the far end of the ground for another boundary. That was Leighton Parsons, who hasn't had much of the strike, but when he does get a chance, he played a beautiful cover drive. And quick single now. It's a good shy at the stump from Scott Jones, but Leighton Parsons put the dive in. Athletic man, and got safely home. Good energy in the field for the Wellington Tasman guys, as that over finishes well from their point of view with just one run off the last 5 deliveries. Let's have a look at the other Division 1 match. Auckland, 42 without loss after 7.4 overs. They're looking to get 259. Jason Grobler, he's 31 off 28. Grant Thorpe, 7 off 18. Bowlers used there: Adam Hastelow, Paddy Sullivan, Daniel Nielsen, Gareth Gibson. No success for any of them. Division 2 districts have lost a wicket. Matt Forrest was out for 5. Oh, and Canterbury Otago, 54 for 1, chasing 194. Tim McConnell is the man out for 38. He's the captain of that team. So Sean Windle into his 5th over now, bowling left arm over. Quick single, well run. Big shout for LBW. He has been given out. A slow finger of death from umpire Dave at this end, and Leighton Parsons will have to go. So success for Sean Windle and failure for Leighton Parsons. LBW for just 6. So bad luck for Leighton Parsons, who had high hopes coming into this tournament, as everyone did, but came in with a big reputation. Hasn't really fired so far. One man who has fired is Byron Jolivet, who scored a wonderful unbeaten century yesterday to bring his team to victory, and he's come in now at number 4, needing possibly to reproduce the fit. Wicket off that over. Sean Windle's first in this division. He is 1 for 21. And it's 58 for 2 after 10 overs. At the over 50s level, we've got some international cricket coming up in the next few days. In South Africa, the South African over 50s will be hosting Zimbabwe and Namibia. The UAE was going to come, but they had visa issues and they had to pull out, unfortunately, so I think their place has been taken by a composite side. We'll come back to that in a moment as Hamish Marshall continues. So they'll play a few games there over the next week. Those will be over 50s internationals, the games involving South Africa, or the international teams. Marshall beats the bat of Simmons. There's a lot of chat out there in the Wellington Tasman side, plenty of energy. He's found the edge this time. There's work for Campbell McLean to do. He's done really well sliding around on the third man boundary. They take two. So that was an edge through the slips. Chances coming for Wellington Tasman Firehawks. Yeah, there's lots of chat out there. I think sensing the Firehawks that if they can grab another one here, they will be well on top. Simmons gets on top of that one. It's a full toss. And it's gone for four. Wide long on. Marshall maybe getting a little bit carried away with all the excitement. Going for a miracle ball, the Yorker. Overtossed, and Simmons whacked it through straight mid-wicket for a boundary. So 6 runs off that over. 64 for 2 after 11. Simmons 26. Byron Jolivet out for, still in, has only faced one delivery. The men out, Matthew Earl, he was caught. Wedasuria bowled Jones for 17. Leighton Parsons was LBW Windle for 6. Speaking of Windle, he's continuing into his 6th over. The cheer over to my left indicates a wicket for Canterbury Otago against Auckland. We'll find out who that is in a moment. Jolivet guides that one down to third man for his first run. Hoisted away by Jeff Simmons for 4 runs, 1 or 2 bounces into the square leg boundary for that short delivery from Windle. Well played by Simmons. Boundary number 5 for him in his score of 30.
Grant Thorpe was the man out for Auckland. LBW to Gareth Gibson for 15. 56 for 1 after 10 overs is the score over there. Caught behind. Great bit of wicket keeping from Darren Cudby, standing up to the stumps, and Windle strikes back after being hit for 4 by dismissing the inform or the set batsman Jeff Simmons. Caught behind, standing up by Darren Cudby, who's been excellent behind the stumps in the 2 games that he's played so far. So, Districts lose their 3rd wicket. Darren Cudby catching Jeff Simmons off the bowling of Sean Windle for 30. And that good bit of keeping brings the District's wicketkeeper to the crease, Luke Woods. Originally from Wellington. I think he played for the Victoria University Club, which is the same club as Colin Owens, who opens the batting for the New Zealand over-50s. And my good friend Billy Murray, both from Victoria University, and I'm sure a number of other good players as well. Heath Davis. Anyway, now located in Rotorua, I think. Luke Woods. Taupo, sorry. And he's coming at number 5 with a bit of a job to do. Wellington Tasman on top at the moment, probably. Starts with a nice hit through mid-wicket, which I think is going to go for 4. It's just crossing the boundary now as 2 fielders converge on it. So good start for Taupo's Luke Woods. And slotting in beside me for the first piece of guest commentary that I've been lucky enough to get all tournament is Nick Smith from the district side, not the Mayor of Nelson, but the other Nick Smith, the better Nick Smith. G'day Nick, how's things?
G'day mate, how are you?
I'm very well, and I'm happy to have somebody to come and join me, give me a little break. What number are you batting today?
Today I am listed at number 9.
Number 9, all right. So you may come in with a very important job to do. Tell us a little bit about the pitch out there, Nick. You open the bowling for districts with your little left-arm darts.
Yes, yeah, I found it a little bit inconsistent in terms of bounce. Obviously a day 2 pitch. But yeah, if you look to play straight, it's pretty hard to get out. It's when you look to play sideways is where you're at most risk. But I love it, mate. Yeah, it's a good bunch of guys back home, and thoroughly enjoy where I am, and yeah.
Plenty of cricket up in Mount Manui, is there? Bayland?
Yeah, there's lots of cricket. We've been pretty unlucky with the weather in the last weeks. Lots of rain on Thursday, Fridays. But yeah, normally after Christmas is where our weather is superb. And
how have you found this over 40s business?
exciting, mate. I reckon it's a great tournament and gives us older guys some hope, I guess you could say. The back end is.
Back end? You still got the over 50s and over 60s and over 70s to go, mate. You've only just begun.
I don't think the wife would quite like that, but see how we go.
So when you first signed up for this, did you sort of have any idea of how it might end up or any sort of expectations?
No, not really. Just a few of the lads back home jumped on the bandwagon, and we've been training basically all winter, to be honest. Once every weeks we all get together, all the Bay lads. We've been getting together and having a net, and it's been great actually. Just me and you well. It's quite exciting really. It's a new life, I guess you could say.
Yeah, a lot of people say stuff like that, Nick, who get into the veterans cricket. They, they sort of get reinvigorated. They figure when they pass 40 that, they are the old guy in the team, and it's just a matter of time before they hang up the boots. But now, when you've got this to look forward to, it's like I say, reinvigorating and gives people some new things to aim for, cricket-wise. How about the standard of play? Was it what you were expecting, or is it higher, lower?
It's higher, mate. I've been very impressed with the standard of cricket down at this tournament. You just can't beat old heads, really. Obviously, the fielding is probably not quite the standard, but in terms of situations, I find a lot of the older guys are a little bit more relaxed, which is quite nice to be a part of, and yeah.
So it's more like the nous and the tactical awareness and all that sort of thing, rather than the speed of the bowling or hardness of it.
It's just old heads, eh? It's brains. Lots of fellas out there with very smart fellas out there who know their role and know what they can bring and not bring, and most guys just execute well. Shots.
Speaking of executing well, that's a very nice shot from Byron Jolivet over mid-wicket. It's his first boundary. Tell us a bit about his innings yesterday. He scored that match-winning century. How would you describe that innings?
Class, absolute class. Just was in control all innings. Just had time. He had to graft early. We had a little bit of rain at the start of our innings yesterday, which ended up the wicket, and it made it tough for a little bit of period of time there. And he just hung in there, and he was rewarded later on in his innings. He really earned the right yesterday to go hard towards the back end of his innings. Hell of a nice guy too.
Well, that helps. So the last half an hour of your match yesterday was played in pretty heavy rain. Was there? Do you think that affected the game all that much?
I do. Obviously the ball was a bar of soap, and we found that once the ball was shot, the extras started turning over more often than not, and it definitely helped us in terms of releasing and taking our time with not looking for fours and sixes. We could just tick over with the 2 or 3 wides per over. The odd boundary ball, so yeah, it's not easy when you're bowling with the wet ball.
How long has it been since you played in rain that heavy?
Well, we've had a lot of rain back home of late. Our umpires definitely would have been bringing back home. They would have been running those covers out a little bit earlier. But it was great from the umpires too to let the game go, and let the players dictate the result.
Yeah, it was interesting because it was actually the fielding team that wanted to stay on because they were behind the Duckworth-Lewis. So they were the ones who were saying, let's stay on, and I think the batting team would have been quite happy to come off because you were ahead. And the umpires did nearly come off. They decided to come off, and then the rain eased up, so they stayed on, didn't they?
Yes, they did. We were quite happy to come off then. But look, yeah, it was good from the umpires to, as I said, let the players dictate the results. So good from them.
So just a little period of accumulation here. Hamish Marshall bowling quite tightly. He's bowled 4.2 overs, none for 18. And that run rate is 5.5, so the required one is up to 7.3. At what stage do you... Oh, caught and bowled. Excellent catch. Caught and bowled from Hamish Marshall. He's done really well there. Not a tall man, but he's leapt up and grabbed that one-handed, and that is Byron Jolivet, the century maker from yesterday. He won't be scoring a century today, as Wellington Tasman grabbed their 4th wicket. And he's Byron Jolivet out for 6. Hamish Marshall takes his first wicket. Good fielder, Hamish Marshall. So how would you... Oh, who's the new batsman? That's Peter Connell. Okay, looks like they're going to take drinks now. 3 balls before the scheduled drinks break. So we'll take a little break too and come back in a few minutes.
Okay, here we go. So Hamish Marshall going to finish this 15th over that was interrupted by his wicket taking caught and bowled. So we've got two international players facing each other here. Former New Zealand international Hamish Marshall bowling to former Ireland international Peter Connell. Connell is a Kiwi, but qualified for Ireland through his grandmother being Irish. Coming in at number 6 with quite a lot of work to do now. 224 needed to win from here. So that does end that 15th over. 79 for 4 districts. So needing 7.5 front end to win this match. Over on number 3 ground, 2 wickets have gone down. James Marshall has been dismissed for 1. Caught Adam Hastelow bowled Hugo Davison. So a big wicket for Davison there. Getting former New Zealand player James Marshall out. We've got not out batsman Jason Grobler on 45 and Scott Mara on 15 from 10 balls. Windle continuing into his 8th over now. Big shout for LBW. I think that's going to be out. It is. There's another one goes down. Luke Woods, LBW, just prodding forward, playing around his front pad, and even from here I could tell that was a pretty good shout, and the umpire agreed. So district's 5 down now, and Windle takes his 3rd wicket. Right-handed Jerem Wiley coming in at number 7 here for districts. Districts need a bit of an X-factor player, and that's what Jerem Wiley is. He does just play very aggressively. Let's see what he does here. Bowled him! Well, he hasn't got a chance to be aggressive today. He's been bowled, first ball. Windle's on a hat-trick. Full and right on the money, and it hit middle stump right at the base. And sends Jerem Wiley trudging back to the pavilion for a golden duck. It's a bit of a procession now as Charles Williams comes in at number 8. And it's looking more and more difficult for districts. What an inspired promotion this was from Division 2 to Division 1 for Sean Windle. He's come in and bowled 7.2 overs on the trot, taken 4 for 34 with his left arm seamers. And he's now on a hat-trick bowling to Charles Williams. I'm pretty sure this one will be full and straight as well. At least that's what he'll be aiming to do with it. So we had Luke Woods bowled with LBW with the first ball of this over. Second ball of the over. Full and straight to Jerem Wiley. Knocked his middle stump back. District 79 for 6. Here we go, hat-trick ball, Windle to Williams. Oh, and he jams down on it, does Williams. Wellington Tasman right on top now. So the two districts co-captains at the crease now, Peter Connell and Charles Williams. Nice bit of keeping from Darren Cudby. He's been pretty sharp, standing up to most of the bowlers. What an over this has been. Wicket, wicket, dot, dot. Add another dot to that. And in fact, that's the end of the over, so it must have been 4 dots there. And that ends Sean Windle's 8 overs, 8th over. 4 for 34 he has. Outstanding. No 5s yet in this tournament. Peter Connell took 4 yesterday, as did Paddy Sullivan. Hamish Marshall continuing to Peter Connell. Beats him. Cudby whips off the bails at after the play seemed to have been completed and yelled for an stumping, but the umpire not interested. Quick single to Connell to get him off the mark. Short and pulled by Charles Williams into safe territory. Wirasuria chases after it and they get 2. So Wellington Tasman well on top now. The run rate required up to 7.85. They've only got 4 wickets left. They still need 221 runs from here.
Alright, quick update from Division 2. Wellington Tasman scored that enormous 350, and districts are 105 for 1 after 15 overs, so they're going at 7. They need even more than that. Simon Eves 55 off 51, Reg Prasad 33 off 35. Division 2, Canterbury, Otago chasing 195 to beat Auckland, are 85 for 2 after 20. Sean Windle is going to bowl his 9th and final over. He's bowled him, another one, 5 wickets for Sean Windle. Cleans up the skipper, Peter Cannell, bowled him again. What a finish to the spell for Windle this is. He's taken 3 wickets in his last 7 balls. That's outstanding from him. And he now has 5 for 34. So my mate Nick Smith, who was here just a few minutes ago talking about batting way down at 9, well, here he is batting at 9. Scrambling to get his pads and gloves and everything in order. And he'll come in facing a rampant Sean Windle. He's taken 5 for 34, the first ever 5-wicket bag at over 40s level in New Zealand. And he was playing in Division 2 yesterday. Didn't even take a wicket there, but apparently he bowled well and had some catches dropped and was considered unlucky, so he was given the opportunity here, given the new ball. And look at him, he's full of smiles, as he would be. So Nick Smith, left-handed batsman. So lefty to lefty. Here we go, Windle to Smith. 82 for 7 districts. And all sorts of strife. Can he pick up a 6th wicket with one of these last 2 deliveries? Sean Windle. Two slips in a gully for Windle, bowling to Smith. One's full and it's driven out to the gully, no run. Third man as well. Close, I think he's a sort of a short mid-wicket. That's Craig Foster there. Definitely a lot of pressure on the number 9 batsman. 1 ball left in Wendell's spell. He's comfortably in behind that one. But the end of a great spell for Sean Windle. 5 for 34 off 9 overs with 2 maidens. Well done, Sean Windle. Gets high fives from various teammates. I think he's going to have a little spell off the field now as Andrew McCarr comes in to replace him. Gives him a high five. Change in the bowling. I think it's going to be Martin Slabbert, the South African-born leg spinner who bowled quite well yesterday. He might be quite a handful on this second day wicket. He's replacing Hamish Marshall, who took 1 for 21 off 6 overs. Just while Martin gets set, let's have a look at the other Division 1 game. Auckland, they need 259 to beat Canterbury Otago. They're 93 for 2 off 17 overs. So they're going at 5.5. I think that's roughly what they need. Oh, Slabbert's right into it. And so is Charles Williams, slapping it away for 4 runs. So just a bit of a loosener for Slabbert. Cut again by Williams, but they've put a man out there. That's Brian Kramer. And just the one for Williams. So that brings the left-handed Nick Smith on strike, who's yet to score. A few changes in the field between Slabbert and his captain, Hamish Marshall. So he's going to come round the wicket to the lefty, as he did yesterday. Here he comes, left arm round the wicket, leg spin, beats the batsman. Appeal for caught behind, not out. Short of that time and pulled but unsuccessfully around the corner, no run as it goes to Campbell McLean. We haven't seen Campbell do anything in this tournament yet, didn't play yesterday and didn't bat today. I guess he'll get a bowl shortly. That one's swept nicely by Smith, 1 bounce to the fielder on the square leg boundary, and they take a single to get Nick Smith off the mark. So Campbell McLean will have a bowl now, with Sean Windle having finished his spell. with his slow mediums. Plays for the Whakatu Cricket Club in Nelson. Usually bats 5 or 6 for them, one of the leading run scorers in Nelson club cricket, but playing more as a bowler today due to the batting strength of the Wellington Tasman side. Known affectionately as Bags. Here he goes. Starts well, beats the bat. Good start by Campbell, 5 dots in a row. And he starts with a maiden, so good start for Campbell McLean. Bags, or Bagsy as he's known. Whakatu Cricket Club in Nelson, my club, as I mentioned before. Also the club of Mason Robinson, who is the star wicketkeeper batsman for the New Zealand over 50s. Not sure if you're watching today, Mason. Hope you are. Also Brian Kramer, who's in this side, batted at 6 today. Also Jason Kilworth, who's in the Wellington Tasman over 50s. So good connection with veterans cricket, the Whakatu Club. Hold him. Not chopped on. Slabbit picks up his first wicket as Charles Williams goes back to cut. He does, but only dragging it on to his off stump. So another one falls for Districts. Okay, James Mackey coming in at number 10 today, interestingly. He batted 5 yesterday and scored 58, so a bit of a change in the batting order. Good player, James Mackey, comes from the Hawke's Bay, plays senior cricket there. What can he do with 213 needed off 148? 8.64 and over, 2 wickets in hand. James Mackey, the man of the hour. Let's see. Another left-hander, so there'll be 2 left-handers batting in partnership. Nick Smith
James Mackey. Nice shot from Mackey. I think this is going to pull up just inside the boundary as Hamish Marshall dives full length and flicks it back. Good dedication from the skipper there. And they take let me see, I think they took 3 there. 3 to Mackey. Scott Mara has been dismissed for Auckland against Canterbury Otago, 25 off 25 for him. He was caught wraps and bowled Leighton Johnston. So that means Auckland need $156 from here at about 5.5 and over as McLean continues. He's bowled a good line so far, outside the left-handers off stump. Does so again. The bat, well bowled, Campbell. Nine dot balls he's bowled. And they probably could have taken a run there, but they have a bit of confusion and decide not to, which means that Campbell McLean bowls his second consecutive maiden. Not bad when the batting side needs 8.7 and over. It's up to 9.13 now as a result of that tight over from Campbell McLean. 2 overs, 2 maidens. Okay, so just quickly going back to that Auckland versus Canterbury Otago game, which is very important, of course. They're about halfway through the overs and still need a further 149 off 25 overs. So that's 6 and over needed. Jason Grobler is 62 not out over there. Good tight bowling from this Nelson pair, Slavitt and McLean. Shout for LBW. As Nick Smith was on the sweep there. The young umpire at the far end says not out. Tossed up a little bit more this time by Slabbit. Driven into the covers. That's 10 dots in a row now as Hamish Marshall sends the cover fieldsman back a few metres. And instead it goes on the leg side. Good fielding by McLean. He swoops around on the ball, but they take a single. So that breaks that run of dots on the last ball of the over. Persisting with that offside line, but he's gone a little bit too far outside off stump and he's been called for a wide. So the first run off the bowling of Campbell Bags McLean. And there's going to be another wide this time down the leg side as he overcompensates. And in fact, two of them as Cudby can't get across to clean that one up. So that's completely ruined McLean's figures, which were none for none after two before this over. Oh! Chance of a catch. It's gone through the hands of the first slip fieldsman. I'm not sure who that is. Number 15. Anyway, it was a chance, definite chance. Went through the hands of first slip and down to third man for 2 runs. Runs this time. I think it's going to be 4 of them for James Mackey as he leans on that one and pushes. But there's no one riding the boundary because of the scarcity of runs recently, and just trickles into the boundary for 4 runs. James Mackey's first boundary and the first conceded by Campbell McLean. He goes straighter this time, up to mid-off to finish the over. 9 off that one. And those are the only runs scored off Campbell McLean's 3 overs. So the target, a little bit trivial at this point. 200 needed off 126 balls with 2 wickets in hand. It's 9.5 and over needed from here. Full toss slashed away by James Mackey, brilliantly fielded by Scott Jones, tumbling away on the point boundary and just pushing the ball back inside. So excellent work from Jones. Keeps the scoring to 3. Another wicket for Canterbury Otago. We'll come back to that in a moment as we see James Mackey slam that ball away to square leg, where it's very well fielded by whoever that player is. Too far away for me to tell. And they take one more. One more driven into the offside. So Auckland 118 for 4. Man out was Jason Grobler. Caught wraps and bowled Johnston for 54. This one's pulled away by James Mackey, but one bounce to the, I think it's Brian Kramer fielding on the square leg boundary. And they take one. Division 2. Gee, there's been some runs scored down there. Chasing 351. Districts 149 for 1 after 20 overs. So they're going at 7 and over. They still need 200 off the last 24 overs. So that's 8 and over they need. So, gee, who knows? Simon Eves doing the damage there, 79 not out off 74. And Reg Prasad, 48 off 46. Campbell McLean to continue here to James Mackey, bowls another wide. Coming round the wicket now to the left-hander. He bowled well over the wicket. Great shot that. It's going to run away for 4. James Mackey driving straight through extra cover for another boundary. So good shot from him. His second 4. Driving again, but there is Brian Kramer on the boundary. And just a single this time. That one's taken the edge. It's gone off the inside edge, actually, through the slips and down to the boundary for 4. The fielder signals that it did cross the line. So a little bit unlucky in that over Campbell McLean with that inside edge going for 4. So after bowling 2 maidens, his last 2 overs have gone for 19. Here's Martin Slabbert continuing. Mackie uses his feet nicely, makes that into a full toss, which he drives down to mid-off for 1. It's a little bit slower from Slabbert, who does vary his pace. He's got a good quicker ball. Got a leggy and a toppy. I don't think he bowls the googly. That one swept down to Campbell McLean. Oh, chance of a catch. Oh, Brian Kramer, I think, has spilled the chance there. It's unlucky. He came charging in, I think, and maybe misjudged it a bit, and he's put the catch down. So that's a bit of a blemish for Wellington, Tasman. So bad luck for Brian Kramer. He's been busy out there on the boundary, and that one did go straight to him, but he seemed to sort of run straight at it instead of waiting for it to come to him, and never really settled under it, and it just burst through his hands. So Campbell McLean, after being a little bit expensive in his last 2 overs, has been replaced by Nuan Wirasuria. The off-spinner took a little bit of tap yesterday from Sudam Solanki, the left-hander from Auckland, who incidentally I think is... Oh, he's been dismissed actually over for Auckland, out for 13 today. 2 6s in that, but couldn't push on any further, Solanki. So they're 4 down for 122 are Auckland, chasing 258, so a bit of work to do there. Here's Wirasuria. partnership of 35 between these two left-handers after that huge flurry of wickets. Oh, that one's nearly taken out the umpire. He's gone down, actually, to avoid that one. It's beaten Brian Kramer again into the boundary for 4. Full toss, swept hard by Nick Smith, and perhaps Kramer was put off by the sight of this heavy-set umpire collapsing in front of him. But 4 runs was the result. And there'll be more runs here for Nick Smith as he hits it out to point, and they'll come back for 2. So today's round 2 of this tournament. There'll be a rest day tomorrow. So some of the teams will be going out to a local winery, the Black Cottage ground. It's a cricket ground owned by Dave Clouston, a local wine vineyard owner, who is also a cricket lover, has his own cricket ground out there as part of his winery, and some of the teams going out there for a barbecue in the afternoon. Tournament function this evening at Dodson Street Beer Garden. Everyone looking forward to that. And then we'll be back into the action on Sunday for the last round robin game. And then the top 2 teams robin play will meet in the final on this pitch on Monday. The other 2 teams will play off for 3rd and 4th. And exactly the same situation in Division 2, except that final will be at Oliver Park, which is around the corner, about 5 minutes drive from here. And then at the conclusion of the final, we'll have the prize giving, the tournament trophy for the winning teams, and some individual awards as well. Most runs, most wickets, MVP. Good over this from Wirasuria, 5 dots so far in this over, bowling to James Mackey. And Aiden, so well done to Wirasuria. And with that being the 30th over, we'll have the final drinks break of this match. And we'll be back in just a few moments for the final stanza. All right, so the last 15 overs, well, it may not last 15 overs, but the last stage of this match. Martin Slabbit continue. These two left-handers put on 41, both on 19. Here is Slabbit bowling to Nick Smith. And that's been beautifully timed. It's gone into the boundary for 4. Wow, it just seemed like a little tuck around the corner, but went flying across the turf and over the boundary line. So, great shot from Smith. And a change of wicket-keeper. Mark Colkin has taken the gloves. Not sure what happened to Darren Cudby. Maybe he's just having a rest. But, Mark Colkin, an accomplished wicket-keeper. So this match probably not going to be a close finish, but possibly the other match in this division will be. 149 for 4. Auckland chasing 258, so they need 107 off 18 overs with 6 wickets in hand. Scott Mara is on 49 not out, and Rajiv Rajagopal 10 not out. Keep a close eye on that one. Oh, there's just been a wicket by the looks of things. I think it's Mara. We'll check that in a moment. Anyway, Weird Surya to continue in this match. Dug out by James Mackey, who's slowed down a little bit. Nick Smith, conversely, has picked up his scoring rate to the point where he's striking it a little bit more than Mackey, the more established batsman, even though Mackey came in at number 10 today. Quite low for him, I think. Scott Mara was LBW to Leighton Johnston for 49, so key wicket there for Canterbury Otago. Another tied over from Soria. His previous over was a maiden. This one's just gone for 1. So he's now got 3 overs for 3 runs. Scott Jones back into the attack and back into the commentary attack for the first time today. Peter Connell. Is it Connell or Connell, Peter?
Yeah, Connell.
Connell, alright. I'm giving you both. But we'll stick with Connell, because you'd know. Now that might be a leg bye. No, it's a run. So, okay, Peter is the captain of the co-captain, the district side. And I guess you wouldn't be super happy with the performance today, Peter?
Yeah, g'day everyone. No, not so far. The track. Picking up another 2 to wide fine leg. Yeah, I think it's probably a 270-ish par. So they batted well. But yeah, disappointing. A couple of early ones, and then obviously ripped apart our middle order and playing catch up.
That one is going to test the fielder, but he won't get there. Puts in a big dive, but beats him into the boundary at wide third man for 4 runs for, I think that's Nick Smith. The 2 lefties confusing me a little bit sometimes, but yeah, 4 runs to Nick Smith. That's his 4th boundary. Anything mysterious in the bowling or the conditions today, Peter?
No, not really. The lad bowled well, shaped it, got in the right areas, got results. So
it's Sean Windle you're talking about?
Yeah. I think he's come up in the seconds yesterday as well, did he?
He has. Went wicketless yesterday, but promoted because he had some catches dropped off his bowling.
Yeah. Didn't need too many catches today. Knocking the poles and the pads over.
That's right.
Yeah, they just got it in probably better areas more consistently. We kind of had to look a little bit at the squad and still trying to find out who's best where. So we're kind of behind the 8 ball with no kind of competitive fixtures. He's tickled that away to fine league for 4. It's a nice shot from James Mackey. So yeah, we're still tinkling a little bit there, and obviously the win yesterday gave us a chance to have a look at a few other boys in different roles. But yeah, disappointing. I mean, we anyone who's out there, especially tournament play, take the chance to do well and win the game. Don't leave it for someone else. And we're playing catch up and then really just trying to make sure the net run rate doesn't butcher us too much. But it's only one game, and we haven't lost it yet. But credit to them. Good areas, bowled well, but when you take out 3 or 4 power players losing wickets, you're going to find it hard. So credit to them. They're certainly a solid side. They're ticking all the boxes with spin and seam, and certainly bat well. So good on them. If they get through to the final there, they'll be tough to beat. But I think you'll find all the teams are pretty strong, you've just got to produce. You know, there's no use having 3-4 boys all come back with excuses.
It's going to be Wirasuria to continue into his 4th over. Well, that one seemed to keep a little bit low. Fired in at the off stump of Nick Smith, who's done pretty well actually. He's got himself up to 33 off 47. He's looked more comfortable as this time.
These two boys are good players. They're probably our gappers, our bat through and rotate strike boys, and we've probably got 3 of them in the 12, and Nick's the one who hasn't had the chance yet, but he's taken it with both hands now, so good on him. Bowl's got some tidy orthodox as well, so good cricketer. One of the few that can still run and throw, so that's good.
That one's squeezed through to deep point, and they'll race back for 2, taking him up to 35. So, I mean, even if you do lose today, Peter, you won yesterday, so that you've still got every chance of making it through to the final if you have a win tomorrow.
That's it. We're here to win it. I think we're underdogs, but I think we've got a great team spirit, and certainly one loss doesn't butcher it, and you know, Monday's finals day, so that's where you play for the big stuff. So we certainly disappointed with today's effort so far, but get back on the horse tomorrow and book our spot in the final will be the goal. So yeah, I mean, it seems there's certainly run scoring pretty freely once you get the partnership together. You've seen a little bit of bang bang, and if you can kind of keep taking wickets, it really stops all the scoring. But you had a couple of boys get in, and runs come fairly easily.
Yeah, there have been a few big partnerships. This one, not one of the bigger ones, but it's still up to 62, so that's not bad. How have you found the standard of play compared to what you were expecting beforehand?
Yeah, well, look, I was impressed with the quality in our team. That was the first team I got to have a look at. A competitive team, there's no doubt about that. This Wellington team's strong, and I think all the players, all the other 2 teams have certainly got some quality players. It's a learning curve for me a little bit, just to kind of, I guess, you know, it's you bat well and you bowl well and you hope for the best for the field. It's kind of the responses there. The boys certainly hit the deck and tried their best, but I don't think any of us are as sprightly as we used to be. So that rest day tomorrow will be welcomed. I don't think I've ever seen Deepak June bowl.
He has bowled at first class level, but not at over 40s level. So I think he bowls a bit of dibbly-dobbly, or...
Oh look, this guy's a quality cricketer. I think he's played 40 odd first class games in India, and then he played another 2 or 3 for Wellington a couple of years ago. Probably should have played a lot more, to be honest.
Oh, direct hit. We saw a few direct hits from your boys today. Nick Smith hit the stumps a couple of times from the outfield. Single there.
Oh, he's bowling some left arm seam up stuff, isn't it?
Yes. Yeah, his crick info page says that he's slow left arm, but he seems to be bowling seam up.
Oh, but yeah, you know, he's as good as the Marshalls. At least, you know, with the bat, he's a quality class act. So certainly very glad to see him down here playing at the tournament. Just had scratching our head for a minute there. I obviously played with him in Wellington for a few years, or against him, sorry. 1 or 2 games with him, but he's now the Northern District's A coach. And then someone just reminded me that that's actually part of districts. So we will certainly be having chats with him tonight, making sure we've got a contract signed up before the end of the tournament.
Yeah. Ooh, sort of top edgy shot down to fine leg there. It falls safely, and Andrew McCarr fires it back in. Just a single scored there to Nick Smith.
Yeah, look, it's great. It's a great festival, great tournament. Well done to yourself and Marlborough Cricket for putting on not just one team from each two. The camaraderie between the teams is great, and what a launching pad, good visionary Jim here, so he's certainly setting the bar high, and I think you'll find another 60 or 80 cricketers will be chomping at the bit for next year, and now that we've all got team kits and the rest, you might see a few into province games, which would be good.
Yep, that's the idea. Just try and get those player numbers up and increase the overall strength and make it harder to make the teams.
Yeah, I mean, we've got a little bit of a challenge, obviously, geographically, getting boys together and, so trial matches, etc. But, we're a tight group, and we're certainly keen. Most of the boys, from what I get, it's not a one-off tournament. Good on yourself, and glad the rain clouds have stayed away so far. Looks Sunday's forecast looks a bit better.
It does. Yep.
Good luck to all the bowlers out there on Monday. My heart will be out for you. Come see me if you want some strong ibuprofens.
Peter, tell us a bit about your own experience. You played for Ireland. How did you get into that team, and who did you play against, and what sort of competition was that, and what was that like?
So through my grandmother, and so that was enough at the time to get over there and qualify for the team. They were still working through the rules with regards to associate cricket. And the rule when I first got in is that you could come off the boat and walk straight in and play a test team. You going to say something?
Yeah, but did they sort of identify you, or did you identify them?
Yeah. So, and then I was going to say they're playing against other associates. There was a contribution to cricket thing, but I had finished my degree, came back to Hawke's Bay, was playing for Hawke's Bay, was going reasonably well, but there were 5 or 6 stalwart, great seam bowlers, Swass, Hefford, Mason, Hamilton, Diamante. I'm pretty sure I'm missing, so there was just no real open doors there, and I knew I had the passport. They had just qualified for that 07 World Cup, the one where they beat the Pakis, and it was just time to kind of do an OE, so I thought, why not tie the two together? So I went over knowing that I would be close to the team. Didn't know whether I'd better crack into it. And the Irish are short people, so they don't really breed fast bowlers. I was too short to really to be a fast bowler, or classed as a fast bowler over here, but over there I was fine. So it took a year to get established and start playing some A stuff, and then ironically, I had a T20 debut against Bangladesh A, but my first ODI debut was against the Kiwis. And it was an interesting time. We had 5 or 6 professional cricketers, but they were all county cricketers, and the rules with regards to getting them released for national fixtures was only for qualifiers for World Cup or the actual World Cup. Was
Owen Morgan playing at that stage?
He hadn't played for England at that stage.
So was he playing for Ireland? Because he played for Ireland first.
No, he was playing for England. Yes, but he was playing at that stage for England Lions. I played with him in 09 qualifiers for the 50 over World Cup. He came straight from an English Lions tour to New Zealand, was able to play for us before heading over to Middlesex, and but as soon as he played for England, he was then and look, he was, whilst he's Irish through and through, he was a localised Englishman, and that's where the money and fixtures and opportunity was, and no one hold it against him. We just didn't have enough support and funds. But going back to the ODI game, we had. It was effectively an Island A team, because we had 5 or 6 boys on debut. We had 4 or 5 best players not playing, and we got an absolute toweling. It was certainly a lesson in margins. I'll tell a story tomorrow night about one James Marshall, but I'll leave that for later. Him and McCallum put on about 280 or something.
Was that when he got that 160?
Yeah,
was that against you guys? Was it?
Yeah. I dropped him on 15 too. So that was a bit niggly, but to be fair, they just battered. Ross Taylor came out and absolutely pongoed it, and I really felt for Daniel Flynn, who batted 4 and didn't face a ball, got a 0 not out off no balls. So it was a tough little encounter, but
there was a bit of stretch going from not quite making the Hawke's Bay team to suddenly playing against New Zealand.
Yeah, and that's the challenge. Is at that time they didn't even have an interprovincials within Ireland. Effectively the first class game there wasn't established or wasn't back up and running, and so you had players coming from club cricket to ODIs. There's about 2 or 3 levels you've missed there. But look, it is what it is. We certainly enjoyed the opportunity, but yeah, it was interesting. Big Phil Simmons was the coach, and he came in afterwards. They just posted 403 or whatever, and he asked the team who thinks we can chase it down, and you got about 4 or 5 guys on debut and not a lot of experience out there, and everyone was pretty quiet because you didn't know what answer to give. And one boy chirped up and said, yeah. But no, we at that stage we were inflicted the highest ever ODI loss.
It's going to be 4 runs to Nick Smith, another edge, down to third man for 4. So runs flowing here, about 12 or 13 off that over. Carry on, Peter.
Yes. I can't remember where I was at there now. But,
talking about the 403.
Yeah, that's right. Came in, said who can chase it, and it was we were just learning the game. You know what I mean? So we ended up getting rolled over about 115, and ended up losing it by about 260 or something. It was tough, but it was hard to know what to take from the game. I went the distance with the ball, as you could probably expect, but then I managed to get 22 not out down the order and top score, so I kind of called it nearly a draw. But yeah, I mean those are the margins, and then you fast forward kind of 5 or 10 years, and the boys have played a lot more of those fixtures, and they're just approaching them in a much more stronger mentality. At that stage, the World Cups we went to, we knew we could field as well as anyone, and so certainly put a lot of work into that. We made sure that was a strength, and we figured out that if you hit good areas, set good fields, you can restrict them. And there were a couple of good quality batters. You know, Paul Sterling was quite a young fella then, but he could tell he was a class act. And we unfortunately, without kind of an Ed Joyce and Owen Morgan, there just wasn't really enough depth to kind of challenge big teams. But we had a few good days in the sun. And obviously the T20 game creates the opportunity for upsets. We managed to turn over a few teams and
so you went to a World Cup?
Yeah, 2 World Cups.
2 World Cups.
Yeah,
great.
so they
was that the West Indies and South Africa or something, was it?
Yeah, no, so the 09 one was in England. I think.
Oh, is this T20 or?
Yeah, T20.
Oh, T20.
T20, yeah.
Yep.
So the 07 was a 50 over, and then the 2011 was in India, and then they were trying to figure out how to offset the T20 so they didn't come up in too close to the World Cup 50 over years. So they had another one in 2010 in the Caribbean. So I played in both of those, we got through to the Super 8s and the England one. We had Bangladesh and India in the pool, so we thought we'd target Bangladesh, and it was certainly a high quality game, crowds and people, and get the pressure from all that. But Kevin O'Brien and Niall O'Brien scored a few runs, I think, and it was Mohammed Ashraful was a big wicket for them, and a bit of a steward's inquiry into his dismissal that day as well. But that's a bit of the ugly side of cricket that pops up every now and then. But we beat the Bangers and got through to the Super 8s, and we held our own. We posted 160 against Sri Lanka with a Malinga and a Murali and those kind of guys, but then you come up against a Jay Wardener who takes 70 off 40 without hitting a ball with anger. And a lot of it you're just absorbing, you're watching, you're learning. it's pretty tough when you're doing that on the big stage. You prefer to be have a proper national A tournaments. You prefer to have a strong first class lead in and stuff like that. But
so when you're playing against some of these teams, are there any batters who come in and you just think, geez, I've got no chance of getting this guy. He's just out of my league. Or?
Yeah, look, I actually only put those kind of batters down to about 4 or 5 in the world.
So who would that be that you bowled against?
Well, I mean, Jacques Callis is pretty class act. Ricky Ponting and Michael Clark, those guys, they can play with both feet and they can do whatever they want, So they were, and Jay Warden at the time was class. But most players have a preference on the front foot or the back foot, and so you do your research and you find out where you should be playing. Some boys you can just play them on their ego, and that's how we got Kevin Peterson out in the World Cup. We just literally chucked 3 out, or the 2 boys out, Cow and a long on, and bowling some mids and just get in his ear and telling him that he should be dominating us, and he agrees, and then gets one away and then holds out down Cow's throat, and we just laugh him off. So yeah, he was an interesting cricketer. Didn't really endear a lot of people to him, but quality player, no doubt about that.
It's a nice shot that's gone for 4 from James Mackey. So partnership up to 86 now. Nick Smith 45, James Mackey 32. I'll just interrupt you for a moment, Peter, to see what's going on in the other match. Auckland 164 for 7, so they've fallen away a little bit there. Still needing 95 off the last 13. What have we got there? 1, 2. James Mackey. Carry on.
Oh yeah, I mean, I remember it wasn't really the McCullum Marshall partnership that dealt to us. Was Ross Taylor. He came out and blocked a couple, and then he literally hit every ball in the middle. So good eyes on them, great hand speed, pretty bloody hard. But yeah, he's the type of player that he has some things you can work to and try and get him. But these guys are good cricketers. They're professionals, and I was, personally in my situation, I was.
Well, that's a great shot. It's been caught though. I thought he'd hit it pretty well, but he's hit it straight down to Andrew McCarr at deep square leg, long leg, and he's holed out. That was Nick Smith, who was on 45. So good effort from Nick in that partnership of 87, but it's finished now. And the 9th wicket goes down for Districts. So that was fun while it lasted.
Good partnership. I mean, the situation for us was when we beat the Bangers in that 09 World Cup, we were that meant 2.5 more weeks away from work and away with the boys. And when we got knocked out of the England one, it was quite surreal being back at work whilst the tournament that you were at previously was still going. And that was, I was a teacher by trade, and that's kind of how we kind of had to balance. And there's quite a big difference between a professional cricketer and someone who just goes well on the weekend. And we'll see that in this tournament here. The boys who've done it professionally for 5 or 10 years, they'll still be class acts. There's no doubt about it. It's good to watch.
One of the great things about veterans cricket is that it doesn't matter what you've done in the past. Everyone does come into this tournament on a level playing field, and you see that at the international level. Some guys who, for various reasons, never became professional cricketers, maybe because they prioritise career or whatever, they have the chance to compete at the same level as the guys who were professionals.
The conversation came up earlier about, because we're all the same, roughly the same age. When I was just leaving school, they were having the player strike. So the guys our age will know a little bit about that. Basically,
a bouncer from Deepak June. You'll love that.
Basically, cricketers were paid match fees only, and would work for 9 or 10 months of the year, and then through December through February would play all their cricket. But to their credit, the players got a union together and try to fight the players' case there, and New Zealand cricket weren't having anything of it at the time, and they they organised a fixture between. Well, they planned to start the first class season without the 60 odd contracted cricketers. So they had a game in Canterbury, Otago, where everyone was on debut, and it was look. Everyone will have their own opinion on whether it should have gone ahead and how that went, but what I do know is the fallout from it, because the players who were on strike were pretty displeased with the guys who put their hand up to play, and made that known at the time and for the few years afterwards. And I remember a young fella in our club who had gone down to uni in Otago, first year cricketer, great kid, great guy. Given a chance to play first class cricket, you say yes, and then you're bloody happy days with the match fee. You know, it was his situation, and it was pretty dumb to see him get some chirp and get some grief from a number of established cricketers for that. But yeah, there's two sides to it, and you could argue that one all the way home. All I would say is that I good on the players for getting the union together and looking after player welfare, and that changed, you know, the game to become more professional, and you didn't have the guys just having to go back to work and spend all the time doing that. They can get their bodies in the right shape, and they can do the right kind of prehab and rehab, they call it. And but coming back to the veteran stuff, you know, spin always plays a big part, and there's a good few spinners I know playing to a top level late in their 30s and early 40s, so there's certainly opportunities for lads who's sitting there listening to this thinking, I should have been playing in this lovely Blenheim day out here, and let's get your name in the hat.
Absolutely right. Yep. There's plenty of opportunities now with international over 40s and over 50s cricket, and a chance to represent your country. So, you know, for some of the guys who, you know, missed that earlier boat when they were younger, they can do that now.
Well, that's it, and that's for a good few boys. That would have been why they missed it, was because they had to hold on down jobs, they had to look after families, and it was a bit of a, you know, young guys' game to go out and play the first class stuff. But it's different now, and there'll be a number of these boys here who would have been good enough, but chose the sensible career option, and
in the kind of reverse as well. I've spoken to guys who said that when they were 19, 20, 21, they were just sort of dickheads who had bad attitude, and they didn't really put in the right amount of work to become good cricketers, and now they're sort of taking that second opportunity.
Oh, that's 100% right. There's I mean,
probably deserved 6. It was a big waist-high full toss, and it's been smashed onto. Did they hit that car?
I did.
Hit that car foolishly parked there, and onto Scott Street and down the road. So that spoiled Nuwan Wurisuria's figures. He had one for 11 from 6.5, and that one's gone for 6. So he's now got none for 17 from 7, and the score is 187 for 9. There's 5 overs left. 116 required off 30 balls. What do you reckon the chances are, Peter?
Moderate. One visit would have to be in single figures. But cricket's a funny game.
I don't think it's that funny.
No, it's actually a rubbish game at times. But we keep coming back like golfers do. The lads are they're all playing in the right spirit. You know, it's good, hard, competitive stuff. But they're doing it with a smile on their face, and probably most of them are just happy to be away from their wives and family and the workplace for a week. And there'll be some sore bodies tomorrow. So I think, for planning for next year, we'll just teams can chip in and get a physio table here, and some junior physio rubbing legs all day long will be great.
So you've played pretty much 2 games of over 40s cricket now. Apart from the obvious things like the speed of the bowling and the speed of the fielding, what would you say are some of the differences between this and, should we say, open age cricket?
Not a lot of different, to be honest, besides those 2 things you mentioned. But the boys have played a lot. They're experienced, so they, outside of the fact that they are club cricketers, they generally, they'll know to hit with the wind. They'll know to set field with the crosswind, the using of the bowlers at the right time. So you don't make kind of young people's kind of silly mistakes. We had a bit of a collapse today, but again, yeah, those kind of just rescuing back, make sure you go deep. Those kind of experience kind of things come into it, which is good, what you expect. But yeah, maybe the throwing arms are a bit, yeah, it's outside of the fielding and a little bit less gas coming at you. The quality's good. Quality's good. I mean, at 40, you're only 5 years beyond your retirement of a proper cricket age, and yeah, I think this will only get stronger. I think the teams that are here are strong teams, and they would, I reckon, in most club comps would be top 2 or 3 teams. But it's just building the depth in is key. We've got 2 squads of 12, well, one of 12, one of 13 for this tournament, and yeah, it'd be good to be picking a bit more and creating a bit of internal pressure on spots. I guess reality is here is, yeah. I mean, to be fair, it's cricket all over the country, and that playing numbers and depth is a challenge. But yeah, for the guys who can still play and offer a lot to the game, opportunities like this are great. It would be interesting to shape these boys up against some regional A teams or under 19 teams, and I think they would be fairly close games.
Well, there was Auckland did play a game against the Auckland under 19s a couple of weeks ago and beat them.
Yeah. Yeah, and probably wouldn't surprise me if it was convincingly-ish as well, because
it was. Yeah.
They would have just had the wrong attitude probably to it, thinking that they're going to waltz up, that they're all God's gift to cricket. And you learn that it's what you put in, what you get out sometimes, and which is interesting. So the Auckland team came down cock-a-hoot after smashing their 50s and beating the 19s, and. Yeah, that was obviously a pretty cracking game yesterday. Some partnership from Deepak and Hamish to take that game away. But I have a feeling they're under the pressure against the pretty strong Mainlanders team that would be spitting tacks after losing to us yesterday, I think.
That's right, 177 for 7 they are, 82 needed off 10 overs over there.
82, 10 overs. Right, I'm gonna head down for these. We've got 3 overs left, 4 overs left?
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to get down.
All right, thanks, Peter.
Yeah, thank you.
Appreciate that.
Good man.
And a wicket just as Peter leaves. That's the final wicket of the match. Hamish Marshall taking an easy catch at cover, giving Nuwan Wirasuria his first wicket, and Grant Comerford is the man out. So that will end the match with Wellington Tasman winning easily by 112 runs over Districts. So the match is over, and I guess all's left to say is that we'll be back on Sunday as the players shake hands in this match. Back on Sunday for round 3, weather permitting. So please join us again at 11 a.m. Until then, it's Jim Morrison saying good evening from Blenheim.